Michael, let me know. Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting, this being the very last one for 2023. My, how fast this year's gone. I welcome all of those in attendance in the chambers and those of you who are watching via live stream. This council meeting is being recorded while it's being live streamed to YouTube. The view you should see today during the live stream to YouTube will show the minutes of the meeting being recorded and the councillors and the senior staff. As this recording will be available as a public record, those in attendance, including councillors, staff and members of the public, should refrain from making any defamatory statements. I'd also remind the public that the recording of this council meeting is not permitted under Council's Code of Meeting Practice unless prior approval has been obtained. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're gathered on Biripi land, and I pay my respect to Biripi elders, both past, present, and most importantly, those new young leaders emerging into their own culture. I also extend that respect to other Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders that may be with us today in attendance in the chamber or listening via live stream this afternoon. I also acknowledge and respect the many migrants that came to this great country we call Australia and who helped to build upon its nature into being a rich and diverse multinational, multicultural country we are today. And lastly, to our veterans, both past and present, who have fought for the freedoms we enjoy today, such as the freedoms of speech, the freedom of choice, and democratic freedoms to express our views and live freely in a region as wonderful as the Port Macquarie Hastings. So, remote attendance at the meeting, I see that we have none, Madam CEO.
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And it gives me great pleasure now to welcome you, Pastor David Pym from the Port Macquarie Baptist Church, to deliver the local government prayer. Welcome to the lectern.
Let's pray. Our great God in heaven, we thank you for your goodness in giving us life and breath and all the things we need to live day by day. Thanks for letting us live in the beautiful Hastings Valley. And we thank you for the roles to which you call us and for raising up people to serve in local government. And so we ask you now that as our councillors meet, that you will grant them wisdom to understand well the issues before them, that you will help them to hear one another well and to make decisions and determinations which are for the good of the people and for the good of the land. And we ask these things in Jesus' name, who we remember at Christmas time. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor David. Merry Christmas to you and your family and your congregation as well. Thank you. Take care. Our next item is apologies. I know we have none, Madam CEO. Is that correct?
No apologies, Madam Mayor.
Fantastic. Item 5 is confirmation of minutes, Ordinary Council meeting 16th of November 2023. Someone to move. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Slade. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. I'll declare that carried. Disclosures of interest, councillors. We have disclosures on note. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This relates to item number 1017, referring to the Town Centre Master Plan issue. It is non-pecuniary, less than significant interest, and I will continue to be in the room and vote on the item as well. The reason being, the item relates to the TCMP, and repeating what I'm saying, and I will remain in the room during Council's consideration of this matter, as such interest will not influence my decision-making on the matter. As part of my account executive role, I meet with local business owners, not only in the Port CBD, but across the Hastings, Macleay and Nambucca valleys. The business I work for is involved in the local community, and therefore they are financial members of Business Port Macquarie and the Greater Port Macquarie Tourism Association. Most importantly, I have no family links to any local business in the Port CBD or in the Hastings LGA or across the Mid-North Coast. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Declared interest in 1302, non-pecuniarily less than significant for reasons that I live in Bonny Hills, and item 1320, non-pecuniarily less than significant for reasons that I've historically sponsored the Wellhope Netball Club along with multiple other sporting codes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Likewise, declaring a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in item 1302, Planning Proposal Assessment Report. The reason being that I own a property that I reside in this area, and I intend to remain in the meeting, participate and vote in the matter, as the perceived conflict will not influence my decision-making in the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. This is for item 1105, temporary licence Voodie Foods. I'm declaring a pecuniary significant interest as I am the owner-operator of Voodie Foods and therefore I am the applicant in this matter, so I'll take no part in the meeting. Leave the room.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mortman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, as usual, will be declaring an interest in item 13.08, a non-pecuniary less than significant interest. I've taken all reasonable steps and rationale identifying no financial interest or financial benefit to declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in item 13.08, Lake Caddo Natural Resource Management Monthly Update Report. The reason being that I am a non-financial life member and former president of the community organisation Revive Lake Caddo Inc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mortman. And I too have a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in item 1302, the Planning Proposal Assessment Report, for the reasons being that I own a property and reside in that property in the beautiful Bonny Hills area, and I will remain in the meeting to make a determination on this. Thank you, councillors. Any other disclosures before we move on? No? All right, so we'll move on to item number 701, which is a mayoral minute. I will move it. Independent strategic review on the infrastructure investment program. That Council 1, note the funding from the Australian Government for the upgrade of Lawn Road will remain in place following the review of the infrastructure investment program. 2, note that funding from the Australian Government for the upgrade of the Oxley Highway at Wrights Road and Lake Road has been revoked after the review of the infrastructure investment program. 3, note that the Chief Executive Officer has written to the relevant federal and state ministers, shadow ministers, and our local members, raising our strong concern with the loss of funding for the proposed Oxley Highway upgrade at Wrights Road and Lake Road. Support the New South Wales State Government and Local Government New South Wales in their representations to the Australian Government regarding the 17 infrastructure projects in New South Wales that have lost funding following the review of the infrastructure investment program. I'll speak very briefly to this. So in June of this year, 2023, the Australian Government commissioned an independent strategic review on the infrastructure investment program projects across Australia. I commend any government for reviewing where spending is occurring. But what is really disappointing in the outcome of this review is that regions like ours have lost vital funding for vital projects in a rapidly, one of the fastest growing regions in New South Wales on the mid-north coast, to address the traffic gridlock that we have in the Wrights Road roundabout. It's not satisfactory. We need to continue advocating to both the state and the federal government in relation to this. There's going to be another mayoral minute that's going to follow this in the moment, which dovetails into why it's so important that governments at all levels work together to ensure that our community is being provided with not only the infrastructure it deserves, but the infrastructure it so desperately needs. Now, no one needs to be convinced within our region of the need for the Wrights Road roundabout to be addressed. Now, we're years away from this, and we really haven't got years for this to be addressed. Some of the most significant infrastructure, community-owned infrastructure, is at this roundabout. Our hospital, state-of-the-art hospital in gridlock at the Wrights Road roundabout. We have a university in gridlock. We have a private school, St Columba, in gridlock. We have a growing residential area out there in gridlock. I really do urge the state government to hear our pleas and call on the state government through the advocacy of our state member, and also the Australian government to reconsider areas like ours that are requiring this vital funding, because this is not something that local government could ever fund. So I'm really pleased to be able to bring it in here today, and I think we really need to stay hot on this, and I welcome any other conversation. I see you, Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do support your recommendation, but I am proposing a couple of very slight amendments to a couple of the words, if you don't mind me.
Sure, yeah.
Point 2 being note that funding from the Australian Government to plan the upgrade. So the funding itself is for the planning process, not for the specific physical upgrade of the road.
Yep.
Excuse me.
That's fine.
Thank you. And point 4, removing the New South Wales State Government so support local government New South Wales. At this point in time, according to even the media release from the local member yesterday, there is no indication that the New South Wales Labor government have made any effort or are intending to make any effort to speak to their federal Labor counterparts. So specifically, they aren't. No point giving them credit for something they're not doing. So support local government New South Wales in their representations.
I don't have a problem with that, and I agree with you. No point in giving them credit where credit's not due. But obviously, we need to work with our state government.
Yep.
So perhaps I might look to you, Director Fish, in relation to, because I don't want to ignore the state government in this particular mayoral minute.
Sorry, on there. Through you, Madam CEO, the reference to the New South Wales State Government in that point 4 relates to the letter we received from Local Government New South Wales, made reference to advocacy involving the state government. So that's why we've included that in point 4, but I don't think it's material whether it's in there or out of there.
Okay, I just wanted to check before I agreed to take it in. So if you could just repeat that for Tanya, thank you.
Simply to remove the New South Wales State Government in the wording for point 4 and go straight to support local government New South Wales.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure everybody supports this this motion and abhors the decision by the federal government. I'm just wondering, I would like to make a couple of comments. First, to say that was an excellent letter, whoever wrote that letter, that we received a copy of, that's come from Council under your signature, Dr. Allen, and certainly laid out our position very well. And I'm wondering if we should have something in here. Do we wish to just rely on the advocacy from Local Government New South Wales, or to actually make our direct representations to the state government? I'd appreciate feedback from the CEO as to that position, because it does seem if they're not going to help us, then we need to be making as many representations as possible. So your comment, please, Madam CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I agree. I think that we should go to every level we possibly can with this one, and continue to keep advocating, because it's such an important issue for our community. As the Mayor said, it's that gridlock, but it's going to impact on our education precinct, our health precinct. Any delay in planning, as we know, as that letter articulates, is going to have a compounding impact for our communities. So I think whatever we can do to make that representation will be really important. Even if it is, they can't do much about it, it's a squeaky wheel, and it's about us making sure that we continue to advocate through this. And I think that's an important consideration.
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if we could then have a clause 5 in there, make it very simple because we're doing it on the fly, but perhaps the words, and I'm happy to hear advice, perhaps that advocate to the New South Wales Government for their assistance in resolving this matter, perhaps.
We can advocate, certainly. I think to the Minister. So I'm happy to take that in, but if you'd like to include...
So advocate to the relevant Minister and the New South Wales Government.
Yeah, and if I can just remind us all that we actually have the Honourable Jenny Atchison, the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, with us next Thursday. So...
we can do that then also.
Yes.
So advocate to the relevant Minister and the New South Wales Government. The Minister is Jenny Atkinson.
Yes.
So can we put those words in there? And the New South Wales Government to for assistance in ensuring that this funding is received for the relevant works. Advocate to...
Can I just help you out with this
Yeah,
a little
sure.
bit? Advocate to the relevant Minister, the Honourable, so take and New South Wales Government out. The Honourable Jenny Atchison, Minister for Regional Transport and Roads. And sorry, if we just go back to advocate to the relevant New South Wales State Government Minister. Advocate to the relevant New South Wales State Government Minister with capital M. Yep, thank you. And to ensure, sorry, Councillor Interman. What were your words after that?
And I think the words are, so Minister needs an eye in there, regional transport and roads, is it? Is that the correct portfolio?
Regional Transport and Roads.
Yeah, so Minister for Regional Transport and Roads for assistance to ensure I think just advocate to the New South Wales State Government, etc. Full stop after roads. We know what we're doing.
Thank you. I'm happy to take that in. Okay, any other discussion? I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. So we'll move on now to item 7.02, another mayoral minute. And I'll move it that council note the correspondence received from the Honourable Paul Scully MP, Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, in relation to the New South Wales housing crisis. I'll just speak very briefly to this, and this dovetails into what we've just been speaking about. And you know, it's ironic. This letter is saying that we're in a housing crisis, and through the National Housing Accord, councils and the New South Wales Government are committed to working together to look at every opportunity to address this crisis. Well, the more houses we put into these areas, the more traffic problems we have. So it works hand in glove. We really need to dovetail when we are expanding our communities. There is no doubt that we're an extremely popular area to move to. We saw that during COVID. People mass migrated out of the cities and started moving to the Port Macquarie Hastings region. And why wouldn't they? Look where we live, one of the most beautiful parts of New South Wales. But in saying that, if the state government and the federal government for that matter are truly serious in growing communities, they need to ensure that the infrastructure is there to be used by that community growth. Now, we have developers, obviously, that are very keen to develop their land and provide more housing for people. And developers can't be expected on their own to provide the infrastructure required. Local government, us as a council, cannot be expected on our own to provide the infrastructure that's required. And our ratepayers certainly can't afford to provide the infrastructure through their rate base that is required for growing regions like ours. So whilst I table this letter from the Honourable Paul Scully, and I thank him for reaching out to local government, not just us, but local government in New South Wales, government really does need to have a good hard look about where the growth is and how they're going to assist councils like ours in funding that growth. Thank you. I'm happy if anyone else wishes to speak to this. Councillor Interman.
I have a question, Madam Mayor, please.
Yes.
Question to Director Watkins. And I've asked this question separately, so it's known in advance. Could the recommendations from Minister Scully concerning low and medium rise housing and development, he's requesting that we all councils review our appropriate planning instruments. So I wonder if I can pass it to Director Watkins to just give a brief outline of where we're at, how we're going to deal with this going forward, because there's something in the wind already.
Through you, Madam CEO. Councillors would be aware that we are in the process of reviewing our draft housing strategy. The reason why we're reviewing the draft was to take account for the current housing crisis, to make sure that we're covering things like density, supply, demand, affordability, variety in the type of housing stock that we're proposing to make permitted in our local government area. So that housing strategy will come back to council as a draft in the new year. We will also be workshopping with the councillors in the process to really understand what our current position is and what we can do to address some of the issues that have been raised, particularly in the correspondence from the Minister.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Edwards.
A question, Madam Mayor, just occurred to me. Thank you for the conversation and debate so far supporting this. But I would like to know, off the top of your head, through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Watkins, at this stage, has Council had to knock back any medium density housing because of insufficient infrastructure underneath the roads, underneath the ground?
Through you, Madam CEO, not back necessarily. We haven't refused anything on the basis of it. However, the impact on development, new development in our local government area is real. In terms of the infrastructure availability, Council have heard about the issues we're having with water and sewer infrastructure. They are critical pieces to the puzzle. But at this point in time, with a lot of our medium density in infill areas, which are in the existing established areas, we have been able to accommodate those, but it will have an impact.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion before I put it to the vote? I hear none. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare it carried. Last mayoral minute that I will move is that Council 1 note the outstanding success of the 2023 Christmas Fair event held on the Town Green on the 8th of December 2023, and 2, through the Chief Executive Officer, pass on Council's thanks and congratulations to all staff involved in making the event the success it was. I will just briefly speak to this. The joy of Christmas, it was much joyful this year than it was last year. We had a crack at being nature-based and we weren't able to pull it off because nature actually played a terrible trick on us, and the wind blew all our decorations on our beautiful natural Norfolk pine to one side. And I know you're reliving the horror there, Director Watkins, but to be on Town Green, which was built for the benefit of the community, and to see the thousands of people that turned out to enjoy the Christmas fair and the festivities, it was so heartwarming, and that's what that space has been built for. This didn't happen by accident, and there was a lot of hard work that went on behind the scenes. Christmas is one of the most favourite times of the year for me, and to be able to see what the staff delivered, I was just overwhelmed. And again, Madam CEO, Director Watkins, and all the staff involved, on behalf of the elected body, I'd just like to say a sincere thank you, because it was enjoyed by all, and our tourists as well, getting those Instagram snapshots through the walk-through tree and the big Christmas bauble down at Lady Nelson Wharf. So I'm happy to open it up if anyone else wishes to speak to it. No, I'll put... Great. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you very much. We'll now move confidential correspondence. I see there's none. Thank you, Madam CEO. And item 9, items to be dealt with by exception. So someone to move and second that items 10.01, 10.02, 10.03, 10.04, 10.08, 10.10, 10.11, 10.12, 10.13, 11.04, 13.01, 13.03, 13.04, 13.05, 13.06, 13.11, 13.13 and 13.15 be considered as a block resolution. Someone to move. Moved by Councillor Lipovac, seconded by Councillor Slade. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. I'll declare that carried. And someone to move and second that all recommendations listed in the block resolution be adopted by Council. Someone to move. Moved by Councillor Lipovac, seconded by Councillor Edwards. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. I'll declare that carried as well. All right, councillors, we'll move on to the improvement plan, item 10.05. Moved by Councillor Roberts. Someone to second, please. Second by Councillor Maltman. You wish to speak to this, Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I understand we've got a lot to get through. I just made a couple of notes on this one in particular. The objectives, as noted in the report, in my view, are quite sound. In particular, the one that references that we aim to, or our objection is to deliver more with potentially less or similar resources over time. I wholeheartedly agree with that approach. I also believe that we're on a pathway to be becoming more efficient and effective in delivery. So that's a big tick as well. I think that with more accurate long-term financial plan considerations, which is noted as improved data inputs, will ultimately lead to more accurate forecasting, accountability, transparency, and also financial management. But I also wanted to just commend the CEO, directors and staff for taking on this very important improvement initiative. And it may be hard to track the progress right now whilst we're in the middle of the process, but I'm sure the community will see the benefits in future years as a result of this critical work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Do you wish to speak to this? Councillor Maltman? Anyone else? Councillor
Yes,
Shepherd.
thank you. Amendment, please, Madam Mayor, as submitted.
Thank you. We have an amendment by Councillor Shepherd. Someone to second the amendment as it appears on screen. Councillor Edwards, thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo Councillor Roberts' remarks in some degrees to the importance of this particular item. I think even if I didn't have an amendment, this is one we really need to bring out of the block because it is so critical to the story of our financial sustainability in the long-term future. Councillor Roberts has picked up some important points there, and I'd note that this report has become more comprehensive and detailed over time in response to queries from particular councillors, which makes it much easier for our community to have an understanding of the extent of work that council is doing in this regard. The way I see it is it's actually like a structured belt tightening regime, accountable to KPIs and that sort of thing. So I think it's very important, and of course we need to be keeping in mind those remarks in there that we need to be looking at how we are also considering increasing our revenues into the future, as well as tightening our belts in order to deal with the escalating expenses that we're dealing with as our general fund operating deficits continue to not go in a positive direction. So I'm moving this amendment, which substantially just includes clause 2, because I have concerns about some potential overlap of operation and strategy in one particular component of this, and that's not a broad concern about the program that's happening at all. Specifically, I really want to better understand the governance and the scope of the newly established Internal Executive Transformation Board, which will have critical transformation risks and high-level decision-making escalated to it, among other important objectives within that transformation program. So that broader transformation program includes critical strategic work like the risk management, which has previously required active direction from this council, and also the long-term financial planning. And I note that financial sustainability of council is one of our key legislated responsibilities as a governing body. So I do think we need to be mindful more broadly that where there's any potential grey area or overlap between strategic and other matters, that this should be navigated in communication with the governing body. So with this in mind, this amendment simply seeks for councillors to be provided with a briefing, helps us better understand the nature of that Executive Transformation Board and navigate any matters arising.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Do you wish to speak to this, Councillor Edwards?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll just be super brief. I know we've got a big agenda. I support this amendment. I think it is vital that councillors understand the structure and functions within all aspects of the business of council, but yes, in particular, it's great to know of this, of its existence, of its development, but also we need to know what and how it's going to operate.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you to the CEO. Just a point of clarification. My read of point 2 there, is this something that councillors would normally be briefed on, or is this more operational in I guess, its rollout across the organisation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've already previously said I think that this is operational. I think this is council overreaching into an operational area. The reason for that is that every organisation that's looking at transformation or change would have its own committee or internal mechanism to dealing with things. The very nature of the items we're dealing with are Australian Business Excellence Framework around the customer, so how we actually improve customer within the organisation, looking at how we can look at DT and technology, which actually is around, you've already, got some, sorry, there's a massive spider on the floor, just caught my eye.
And it is headed your way.
Right under your feet, Councillor Edwards. So from my perspective, when I'm looking at this, I'm running the organisation. It's a tool that I've chosen to use to create accountability. So you've already got, for example, you've done a fantastic job as a council looking at, your risk appetite statements and your risk. It's about us then taking those things and actually put them across a lens of efficiency. What happens in that meeting is that key members of staff come and speak at that particular forum, and we determine how we can actually make sure that we deliver that operational efficiency. When we look at the long-term financial planning or financial sustainability, and I think that was the one that probably questioned some concerns about it overstepping, it's really about how we create efficiencies internally and have that level of financial prudence. So you've already got the ARIC, so we would be deploying some of those things with that internally. To have council with oversight over that, to me is a little bit of an overreach. It's not really necessary. It's something that I've set up, something I chair as a way that I would as a CEO to manage my internal operations. So I hope that gives some comfort, but that is, as I see it, basically. Doesn't mean that I'm not happy to give more information. I've already provided information around the terms of reference, but from my perspective, it's my way of working to affect change.
Okay, thank you.
I understand.
Councillor Shepherd.
May I correct what I believe is a misunderstanding and what I'm trying to pursue here?
Yes.
So there was a statement that this is council overreaching to try and attempt to provide oversight with the Executive Transformation Board. In fact, and I understand that there's a belief that this is squarely operational and there's just no question about that. As a member of the governing body, I do have a question about that. And so I'm not seeking to enable us to have oversight over the Executive Transformation Board. Rather, I am seeking for us to have information that allows us to make that assessment as the governing body as to the nature of that and whether we think perhaps there are some elements that are overlapping into the roles and responsibilities of the governing body. So to be clear, not seeking oversight of that body, rather to receive a briefing that allows us to make an assessment of those matters ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd, for clarifying that. Any other discussion on this, councillors?
Yes. Oh, go on.
Councillor Ingerman.
Thank you. I certainly support the amendment. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Allen, about the purview over which you're looking, but it does have a lot of strategic impact in terms of what directions you're going in, and so it would be of great comfort to councillors to have a better understanding of the actual directions that's going. This division between strategic and operational can sometimes be a little overstated in the sense that how can we, as a governing body, truly understand the impact of what is being decided within the transformation area, unless we do have an understanding? This report that we got is much improved on where it's been before, but I do think that it would be really helpful to have this opportunity. And I would expect that you would in fact look forward to the opportunity to feed back to councillors as to the areas that are being addressed. And it always helps, in my experience, for there to be teamwork so that there is common understanding about directions that are being taken. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingerman.
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if councillors might be reassured and we might get some consensus building simply by removing the last point of clause 2, being including areas of potential overlap.
Not for me, Councillor Shepherd, because I'm quite happy with the recommendation as it stands, for the reasons being, and I am speaking in opposition to your amendment, for the reasons being that in the 2 years that we've had our CEO, Dr. Claire Allen, work within this organisation through her performance reviews and through the delivery and through the work that the directors are doing through the improved reports, I am seeing a transformation in this organisation. This was one of the reasons why I ran for council in the first place, because I wanted to effect change in an organisation that I really believed needed change. So I support you, Madam CEO, wholeheartedly in what it is that you're trying to achieve here through your staff. We don't engage Port Macquarie Hastings staff, we engage you, and we engage you to manage your staff. So I'm more than comfortable for you to continue on that transformation with your board, and for that reason I won't be supporting the amendment of Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to speak in opposition for the simple fact that for some of the points you just raised, and I won't repeat those, but there's got to be a certain level of trust, in my opinion and view, with our executive level staff and also our CEO to give them the breathing space they need to effect the change. I think nothing could be worse than having councillors generally, including myself, sitting on the shoulder, watching every move that our staff make. I don't think that's our role. I think it's an absolute overreach, and I'd like to see that the CEO is given the freedom to make the tough decisions with the staff, and really we as a council have a look at the bigger picture and stay strategic rather than getting down on every level of every line item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, councillors, before I put it to the vote?
Madam Mayor, may I respond just to something that Councillor Roberts just said?
No, you've had the opportunity to speak to the amendment, so I'm going to put the amendment to the vote. You can ask a question, thank you.
So it was just suggested that our role is strategic. I agree with that. But part of my problem that I find in this council is the lack of clarity regarding the strategic framework. So perhaps I could ask Director Watkins as to when we will expect to see the strategic framework come forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam CEO, as indicated at the briefing, it would be in the new year.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman, Slade and Lipovac. The amendment's been lost. We're back to the motion. I'll just get you to take your light off. Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any other discussion on this? Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, look, I'll be happy to support this as it is. I think we have lost an opportunity which is not about looking over shoulders. It's actually just about us enacting our basic functions as a governing body. So I'm disappointed to have not gotten that amendment up, but still commend the staff on an excellent report.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any other discussion before the right of reply? I see none. Right of reply, not needed. Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Item number 10.06, risk appetite statement and risk consequence table. Someone to move? Moved by Councillor Roberts. Someone to second? Seconded by Councillor Maltman. Councillor Edwards.
I do have an amendment. If no one
Thank you.
wants to speak on that. Thank you very much.
I was waiting for you to hop up and...
Sorry. Amendment for 10.06, I'm ready here. I sent that through earlier.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Shepherd. If you'd like to read that amendment out.
Yes, so quite simply adding a clause 2, just to make a little correction to the risk consequence table. Adopt the draft risk consequence table as attached to this report at attachment 2, amending the impact description of the regulatory and governance category to read impacts compliance with contracts, laws, regulations, policies and procedures.
Thank you.
And just a very quick reasoning for this, quite simply during the workshop that was conducted informing the risk appetite statement and risk consequence table for Port Macquarie Hastings Council, one of our directors contributed the sound suggestion of including policies and procedures within the regulatory and governance category, and I consider this to be a significant and important inclusion, so I seek that fellow councillors support this amendment to include it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd, if you'd like to speak to it.
Yes, happy to support. And more broadly, I'd like to acknowledge that this has been almost or over a year in the making, actually. So the risk policy first came to council, I think, maybe October last year, and we determined to go to training as soon as possible. And at that training in March earlier this year is when it became clear that, in fact, we needed to do a lot more work in relation to the risk appetite statement and the risk consequence table. So I think there was general consensus that this is not perfect, and by using it, that will provide us with the opportunities to improve it into the future. But I think it's an excellent start and far superior to the previous appetite statement we had in place.
Thank you. I'll just pose a question to you, Director Henschke. This amendment with the change to include this, you don't see any issues with that? You're quite comfortable with it?
Through you, Madam CEO, yes, I'm comfortable with it. It was discussed at that workshop. I can confirm that.
Fantastic. Thank you. Just wanted to check before we move any further. Okay, any other discussion on this, councillors, with the amendment? I'm happy to support your amendment, Councillor Edwards. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? It's unanimous. The amendment is now the motion. Any further discussion on this? I hear none. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Unanimous. Are you voting? Thank you, Councillor Interman. Unanimous again. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to disclosure of interest return, 10.07. I have the return to table. If somebody could come and take that from me. And thank you. I guess in tabling it, I'll move it, that we note the disclosure of interest for the following position. 1, community infrastructure. Someone to second? Seconded by Councillor Roberts. I have nothing to discuss about this. We just needed to table a return. Anything else, councillors? No. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I will declare that carried. We now have item number 10.09. Thank you. Councillor Interman, if you'd like to put your light on so we can hear you.
In consequence of the report and the recommendation by the Chair of AREC, I would like to move this amendment that we note the report as per the agenda. Secondly, the recommendation was that we appoint an alternate non-voting councillor representative. So my second point, appoint Councillor Rachel Shepherd as an alternate non-voting councillor representative to attend the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee hearing as the councillor representative whenever the primary non-voting councillor representative is unable to attend. And 3, amend the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee charter to permit the alternate non-voting councillor representative to attend all, that should be, all committee meetings as an observer where not attending as the primary non-voting councillor representative.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Someone to second?
May I just confirm, are we treating this as an amendment or an alternate motion?
No. Councillor Interman has moved this as a motion. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Shepherd. You wish to speak to this, Councillor Interman?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. AREC, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, is a vitally important committee to council and to the councillors, and I would imagine its work is vitally important to the community. It was certainly the recommendation by the chair at the last meeting that we have an alternate because the primary non-voting councillor representative is such a mouthful, was not able to attend, and it's in the interests of everyone to have someone there. So therefore, I'm nominating Councillor Shepherd as that alternate. And secondly, to make that most effective, it would be certainly useful if that non-primary alternate non-voting councillor representative being able to observe those meetings. So they're my reasoning. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Shepherd, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, just to note that I've expressed ongoing interest in the AREC, having requested the training, attended meeting where able, and engage as it is with the agenda and minutes and asking questions in any case.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have an amendment to put forward, being points 1 and 2 only, with a slight adjustment to 2.
Thank you. If you'd like to read that out.
Yep. So note the report of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee held 1 December 2023 appoint Councillor Danielle Maltman as an alternate non-voting councillor representative to attend the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting as the councillor representative whenever the primary non-voting councillor representative is unable to attend. Please.
Thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Slade, thank you. If you'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Just wait till we catch up. I have attended 2 of the last 3 meetings. Was unable to attend the last one due to a clash in diary. Having said that, I know we've received as councillors a request from the chair previous to this that it's just the single councillor is requested to attend these particular meetings, which for me is the rationale for knocking out number 3. But Councillor Maltman's also expressed some interest over time in understanding more about council's practices, processes, and I believe has the relevant experience to provide value there. Having said that, I'm aware of the upcoming meetings for the next 12 months. Save for the council elections, I have no intention of missing future meetings, so I don't believe that the alternate is necessarily going to be active. However, I can't predict exactly what happens in the future, but I don't think this needs to be a big deal in particular. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Lipidak,
Just a quick question, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Roberts. You did indicate a moment ago a slight change to point 1, but I don't think that changed at all.
2.
I could have sworn you said that you wanted to change slightly 1 and 2.
No, it was 2. Thank you, Councillor Lipidak. Any other discussion on this? Councillor Interman.
Thank you. No, I can't. Oh, yes, I can, because it's
Yes,
an
you
amendment.
can.
It's an amendment. I respect the nomination by Councillor Roberts for Councillor Maltman. However, I am aware that Councillor Shepherd has attended remotely these meetings when permitted, and certainly been on top of the agenda. And it's also a difficult thing to say, but it would be important, I think, that we do enable a balance of representation on this committee, so that if Councillor Shepherd was the alternate, then that would encourage more interaction between Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Roberts, and the ability to make the information and more available of what is discussed in there, and also questions answered. I have to skate over the top of this because it's delicate, but nevertheless I certainly support Councillor Shepherd for her commitment up to this moment regarding this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a question of Director Henschke. The ARIC minutes are available as to what happens in the meeting is available to all councillors, is that correct?
Through Madam CEO, yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this? Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against this one because I myself have sat in on all the ARIC committees when allowed to as an observer up to now. And I'm aware that Councillor Shepherd has as well. No offence in any way to Councillor Maltman, but I do think that there's been genuine attempts to attend and observe and get training made by Councillor Shepherd in particular and myself. So I am going to speak against this because I do prefer to go back to the other amendment.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion before we put the amendment to the vote then? I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman, and I'll use the casting vote in favour of the amendment. The amendment is now the motion. Thank you. Any other discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Edwards?
Yes. Speaking against, I think that it's incredibly important and integral to our role as councillors that we have membership, that we have attendance at the ARIC, and that we have good communication between whoever's representing the governing body on ARIC and all of the councillors. It's a two-way conduit. That information is meant to flow both ways. It's incredibly important, and I do say the minutes are great, but really we need a lot more than the minutes. We need to be able to know the content, the dialogue. Important messages could and should be relayed from our ARIC representative. So I would hope that Councillor Maltman, if she does have to stand in, that I could look forward to that kind of two-way flow and getting more information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd?
Thank you. Likewise, I would look forward to that flow of information. I suppose I'd like to flag that during the pre-council briefing attended by some of us, one of the questions I raised was in relation to those matters that came up simply for discussion, emerging risks that were identified during discussion. 2 of the 6 of those that had been raised were ones that I've raised with staff previously, and I feel that reflects my finger on the pulse, so to speak, of some of these matters, and my attempts to seek more information about that were rightly thwarted by the fact it was simply general conversation in the room, not minuted elements that could be fairly reported back to me. I'm disappointed, but here we are.
Thank you. Right of reply, Councillor Roberts? No? Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Those against? Councillors Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. I'll use the casting vote. The motion has now been moved successfully and resolved. Thank you. Item 1014, 99 William Street, Port Macquarie. I have a motion to move that Council 1 buy back the vacant land at 99 William Street, Port Macquarie, Lot 1 DP 1012667 for $1 in accordance with the registered positive covenant dated 30th of July 2019, to delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to sign all associated land sale and transfer documents. 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a briefing to councillors in March 2024 with high-level options for alternative uses for the land at 99 William Street, Port Macquarie, including possible sale. 4, request the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a precinct parking plan with options to provide for future forecast parking needs in the Port Macquarie Town Centre, and to provide a briefing to Council on this plan and on parking supply options. Someone to second, please. Councillor Roberts, thank you. Just very briefly, it's very disappointing that the subject land did not realise its full potential, but then again, when these things happen, opportunity arises, and I guess it coming back into the community's hands via council is the opportunity. We, as a growing region, are seeing within our CBD parking extremely difficult to procure. As a motorist myself, driving around and around is very frustrating, especially when you have somewhere to be and there doesn't seem to be a park in sight. This land really does need to support our precinct and be an integral part of that parking plan. So I'm going to really look forward to this briefing that's going to happen in March if this is successful, and rest assured to our community that we are well aware as a council how vital parking is in the CBD of Port Macquarie and within walking distance to all the places you want to go, to your chemist and your banks and the shops and Port Central, and to the events that we hold down on the beautiful town green as well, like we did last Friday. So that's all I really have to say about that, and to buy it back for $1 is certainly a great opportunity for council. So we need to really work hard on that, Madam CEO, to make sure we realise what has been a hole in the ground for far too long. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Without notice. Wholeheartedly agree with everything you just said there. I think this particular hole in the ground's been an eyesore, a stain on our CBD for way too long, well over a decade or more. I remember raising this one back in 2012-13, and it's great that this has now come back up. So I think it's really up to us now to grab this one with both hands and make sure that we get an actual result. It's disappointing that we haven't had a result to this point, but I think this is just a signal that the timing's now right for us to grab it, do something with it that's very productive for our CBD. But I, in particular, support the approach around parking. We all know that parking's at a premium in our CBD, and whatever we can do to help alleviate some of those issues for the benefit of tourists and our community, but also the economic development of our town, the better. So on that, wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, actually for Councillor Lipovac. I noticed before this meeting you asked a question about the history of this site and if there was any plans or things put forward for a car park. Did you get an answer on that? Could you elaborate?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. At this point in time, I don't have an answer. I know it was being looked into, but at this point in time, no details.
Thank you. You went on at the same time. Councillor Shepherd.
Just a question to you. I just want to make sure, so I'm not missing anything. The amendment from the staff recommendation is the including possible sale. Are there any other changes to
March. Actually, to give it a time frame.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
Thank you. Question, clause 4, do we have a time on that? We've been caught on this before. If we don't have a time in the resolution, then it again goes to the never never sometimes. So do we have an estimated time?
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. This was one of the actions out of the parking management plan and probably the highest priority action out of it. The intention is to include the commencement of that action within the 24-25 operational plan. So you'll see an action in the draft plan come early next year to obviously commence that action in 24-25.
So we'll commence, can I clarify? We are going to commence doing the precinct plan not until 24-25, is that correct?
We would commence it in 24-25, that's correct, yes.
Okay, I'll just briefly to this. Extremely tricky site because of access and also stormwater and the incursion into it. So I really wish us all good fortune in moving forward on this. 2024-25, I would really hope that we would be able to start looking at this earlier because we've been waiting for a review of the parking plan for quite a long time. So look, I support this. I would ask you, Madam Mayor, could we perhaps put, and maybe the CEO would like to make a suggestion here, request the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a precinct parking plan for 2024-25, for early 2024-25. Might that be appropriate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to check through with Director Fish. I mean, we're on a pretty tight schedule in terms of the parking plan and the management.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. Obviously, we would, formulate our project plan for this one. There are some complexities, and obviously this land is a component of that in terms of looking at a plan for the precinct of the CBD. So we need to look at our project plan, and there obviously will be a procurement phase associated with that. So I'd expect that project planning and that procurement phase would be likely at best to commence middle of next year. At this point in time?
Middle of next year. So can I take that to be early 2024-25? No?
Mid.
Mid 2024-25.
Yeah.
Yep. just so long as we've got a date in there so that we've got something to anticipate.
Well, I'm happy to take your word for it, Director Fish, and we also have it on recording so we can refer back to it. Sorry to put pressure on you like that.
So if we could just insert a by,
commence.
Tanya, by
commence.
mid-2024, 25?
Actually, I'm happy with as it stands because we've had an undertaking from the director very publicly. So I'm happy for it to, the motion I've moved to be as it is.
Okay, Madam Mayor, you'll take the words out of there. I'm not going to push it, but nevertheless,
I agree with you.
We need dates, and we've lost out before by not having them. So,
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, good to have the undertaking. Just clarifying as well, noting the March 2024 in there, if I might ask through you, Madam Mayor, to the appropriate Director, Director Fish, I believe, just if that date for a briefing is doable, is appropriate.
It's actually through Director Henschke. Thank you.
Through you, Madam CEO, yeah, I understand from my team that have been involved in preparing that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I don't need a right of reply. I'm putting the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I'll declare that carried. Item 10.15, Joint National Coast to Coast and New South Wales Coastal Conference 2023. One coast, one community. Someone to move? Councillor Maltman. And second, Councillor Slade. Thank you. Councillor Maltman, I expect you wish to speak to this.
I do indeed. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I recently attended the Joint National Coast to Coast and New South Wales Coastal Conference 2023 in Newcastle. Since 2019, I've attended this conference as a speaker, as former president of Revive Lake Caddo and now as a Port Macquarie Hastings councillor. This conference brought to the forefront critical issues in coastal management. A conspicuous absence of a national response to coastal management underscored the pressing need for a federal strategy dedicated to oceans and coasts. Discussions at the conference were particularly relevant to the requirements of local government, addressing the challenges of managing and supporting our coastline in the coming years. A focal point of concern remains the ability of local councils to expeditiously deliver coastal management programs, known as CMPs, in order to access available funding. My attendance was very valuable to witness results from implementation of the Beachwatch Partnership Program in Avoca Lagoon by Central Coast Council. Water quality monitoring results, along with poor Beachwatch grades, became the catalyst for Central Coast Council to engage with the New South Wales Government to undertake further investigations in processes leading to poor water quality in the estuary. This presentation evidenced the Beachwatch partnership as a valuable tool to monitor our beaches and our estuaries for Council, and as a council to deliver transparent, factual, regular and reliable water quality information to our community. Beachwatch grades being used in this process supports my further motion to Council today to implement the Beachwatch Partnership Program in the Port Macquarie Hastings. Next year, the conference will be hosted by the Eurobodalla Shire Council, and as always, I encourage my councillor colleagues to attend to action their due diligence as a New South Wales Coastal Council councillor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maltman. Any other discussion? Councillor Slade?
Yeah, just briefly, I'd just like to thank Councillor Maltman for taking the time to attend the conference and for sending in a great report.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Edwards?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Councillor Maltman, for your report. So, in support of this, I do note that we had the Revive Lake Caddo president actually did present to the last council meeting in November and reported on her attendance at the conference too. And she noted the strong theme of both climate change and blue carbon throughout the conference. Councillor Maltman, I've read your report and thank you very much. I just had a question. Are the low-cost nature-based shoreline protection options involving seagrasses, salt marshes, mangroves, reeds and cobbles, in fact, the blue carbon aspects?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Edwards. I'll have to take that on notice. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lipovac?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick question through you to Councillor Maltman for the benefit of our ratepayers, either watching online or here in the chamber today. Other than the Beachwatch program, was there anything else, particularly from the conference, that you feel will benefit or can be implemented at a local level?
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. There was a number, if you have a look at my report, it's quite comprehensive. I refer you to review that report, and I'll take any other questions offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this, councillors? I will put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I will declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, item 10.16, notice of motion by myself on the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal. Submission on fees payable to Mayor and councillors from the 1st of July 2024. I so move that Council, through the Chief Executive Officer, make a submission to the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal supporting reform of the fees payable to mayors and councillors in the 2024 annual determination for the following reasons. 1. Current fees do not reflect the level of input required by mayors and councillors and will lead to degradation in the range and quality of candidates at a local level and may further restrict particular groups from representation in local government due to the financial constraints that may follow. 2. Councils in rural and regional New South Wales that are placed in non-metropolitan categories are remunerated at substantially lower levels than those in metropolitan areas. 3. While the population of these non-metropolitan communities may be smaller than that of larger metro councils, elected representatives in these communities face unique and ongoing challenges for which they are not remunerated appropriately. 4. The Local Government Remuneration Tribunal, in its determination for 2023, noted the challenges with remuneration and set out that, in the Tribunal's view, there would be merit in a comprehensive review of the framework for Mayor and Councillor remuneration, and Council fully supports this view. So someone to second, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Shepherd, thank you. I'll speak very briefly to this. The 8 of us sitting in this chamber today know just the time it takes to read reports, to represent our community, to attend functions, all the levels of leadership and representatives. And we actually have a previous councillor who's nodding out there, previous councillor Lee Dixon, and he has an understanding in our gallery right now as a former councillor. The remuneration for people taking on the responsibilities of leadership at this level and making decisions for communities such as ours, especially in high growth rate areas like ours, is substantial. And for those of us who leave businesses to do this job, like I have, you actually take a pay cut. For those of us who have businesses and have to stop what we're doing to in our businesses with the councillors to do all of this work, they take a pay cut, and we do this for our community. This is what we put our hands up for. This is what we ask to be elected for. But in saying that, the reality of the situation is that in other states, councillors and mayors are remunerated as though they are full-time jobs. And let me tell you, these are full-time jobs here in the Port Macquarie Hastings region as a councillor. I bring this because I bring this to the community to understand. This isn't a pay rise grab by any tick of the clock. We're almost poorly paid volunteers for the level of work we do on behalf of the community. And I'll be interested to hear what Councillor Shepherd has to say on this, given that she understands the volume of work that's undertaken in her role as a councillor. So with that, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. And I'm glad this motion's come up. My view is that with the amount of work that's required to be done for the limited amount of income, we're actually locking out a huge part of our community from being able to engage in representation. There's lots of members of our community who are working very hard with lower pay rates, whether it's in the community services or whatever it is, who have all sorts of networks and appropriate skills that they could and should be bringing to the elected body. However, they are effectively locked out when they're simply not going to get paid enough for the amount of time and can't balance everything. So in my view, increasing the remuneration to reflect the amount of work and also the amount of risk and responsibility that's personally held by members of the governing body of a organisation with $3 billion worth of assets and a multi-$100 million annual operating costs and revenue is just huge. So I fully support this motion and recommend it to my peers.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through you to Madam CEO. Should the tribunal agree to support this reform and thereby increase our fees, where will this money be derived from? And I guess potentially, will there be sacrifices made in terms of council services or programs?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that local government New South Wales have been very clear that this is necessary for New South Wales in particular, which is lagging behind. When you think about other boards out there in terms of remuneration, you cannot compare. The level that councillors are paid is quite minimal in terms of that level of value. I think that, if you think about what Councillor Shepherd said in terms of attracting people to come onto council, I think people will be able to come with a different level of acumen as well that will bring and add value back. It will be paid for by the ratepayer. It will be paid for in terms of our income, but we do that in terms of all of our staffing costs. But I still think that it's something that has to happen in our sector, and I think that the community would understand that. I can't speak for the community, of course, but I think that they would understand that when they looked at the levels being paid for councillors in New South Wales compared to other local governments, there is a stark contrast.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking for this, thank you for this. Whilst I actually don't agree with one little statement in there, which I might ask you about in a moment, I do feel that in order to get representation of and for the cross-section of the community, that the remuneration levels should be such that for a community member contributing via the elected role, it should be financially attainable and sustainable for them to do so. Right now, it's incredibly challenging for a community member who has an average income and a cost of living, crisis that we're in to participate. And so in supporting the realisation of a real cross-section and grassroots democracy, I support this motion. And I will ask you, Madam Mayor, just the one point that I'm probably a little bit uncomfortable with is the wording degradation in the quality of candidates. I do agree with your statement that it's actually blocked over there for the rest of that sentence, but I don't think that's actually the issue. At the moment it stands that people that are probably more comfortable in life are the most able to afford to do this, but that's not a reflection of quality. So I would ask, would you mind removing just that from your wording there?
What word would you like to replace it with?
Well, nothing. I think you already had another word there, so it still makes sense, the sentence.
I believe the suggestion is to remove the word quality.
Yeah, just quality.
Okay, quality, I'm happy to do that. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was the word degradation you wanted removed, and it didn't make sense to me. Yeah, I'm happy to remove. And quality, the range of candidates, please remove and quality. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for that. And you're happy with that, Councillor Shepherd? Yep. Councillor Interman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I hear all of the arguments here, and from a certain perspective it may be real. However, I'm going to vote against this. Firstly, because this is not like a job. There is nothing that anyone can do to force a councillor to do their job. Councillors come, I would hope, councillors come with the intention to assist and support the community, and that is the main driver. We get a certain amount of money for our allowance. I can't remember what it is at the moment. Sorry? Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. I speak against this motion in that, and I'll repeat just because I was not on speaker, there is nothing to compel a councillor to do their job. I have seen councillors, not in this term, I have seen councillors arrive and look for the first time at their agenda as they arrive. There is nothing to amend that. You want people who are coming here for the right motivation, The right motivation is not necessarily the amount of money. I also am on a low to average income, but I come here for service to the community. And I do not believe that that additional funds offered will necessarily help. We've been given an example of one area of the community that could be better advantage and more encouraged to come here if there was higher pays available. And that would be people with young children. I'd like to remind everybody that there's already childcare allowance payable to councillors on application, and so that is not a reason. Yes, it is a difficult balancing act, but nevertheless, I am of the view that money of itself is not the motivation, and nor should it be. I will be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Interman. I thought I might have been the only person who is speaking against this particular item this afternoon. In relation to some of the wording in there, I guess I proudly boast that I've been an employee for 35 years on an award wage, standard money, so to speak. Run plenty of businesses, never owned a business. Won a couple of business awards, I'll put that in there as well. But in speaking against, much like Councillor Interman, I did take up this role to represent the community and not for the prospect of how much money I will make. I will assume that we all consider the importance of this role first and foremost, well ahead of how much we might receive in monthly earnings. We knew what we were getting into. The reasoning and the recommendation seems fair, and we've had some compelling arguments, I do admit. However, it must be noted we do receive an annual minimum wage increase, as most people do, and that, in my opinion, should be sufficient. Most people in our LGA are making sacrifices every day, and I don't think at this time we need to be dipping our hand into the pockets of ratepayers again for more money, so I can't support this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lipovac, can I just ask you a question? Do you understand that this isn't increasing our wage? This is advocating for local government to acknowledge that the remuneration is low for mayors and councillors? Just based on your statement, you understand this isn't a wage rise here today.
I understand, but are we not asking them to consider a reform and therefore increase our wages because we don't feel it's sufficient?
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
You're right,
on
thank
that.
you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on this, councillors? I hear none. I'm not going to be bothered with a right of reply. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman, Slade, Shepherd and Edwards. Those against? Councillors Lipovac and Interman. The motion has been carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 1017. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Roberts for the Town Centre Master Plan rate from the 1st of July 2024.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just read that notice of motion, if that's okay.
Yes.
That council requests the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report for the February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting which details 1. The financial, staffing and service delivery impact of a proposed abolition of the Town Centre Master Plan, TCMP, component of the Port Macquarie CBD Ordinary Business Rate from 1 July 2024, and 2, the potential options for mitigating the impact of the abolition. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Maltman, thank you. Councillor Roberts, if you'd like to speak to this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've had this item come up in the chamber multiple times over the last 2 years. It's not my intention to restart debate on whether this is warranted or not. This is simply, in my view, and I guess the intent is that we request more information for us to get a understanding of what the current state of play is. We did have a very good speaker at our public forum on Monday night who articulated a number of points, a number of which I think most of us would agree with, that the TCMP has been an excellent initiative over a number of years in reforming the look and functionality of our CBD. I don't think anyone debates that aspect, but there was concerns raised, and there has been concerns raised now for a number of years about the relevance of the rate going forward and whether there's some other options to potentially share the load now that most of the improvements have been made to the CBD, because another point that was raised on Monday, that there doesn't appear to be a lot more that needs to be done infrastructure-wise, but the usage of our CBD is now, I guess, enjoyed by a much broader community than just the businesses or the landowners in the CBD. So on that basis, I am just asking for information that we can consider before we go down the track of determining whether this should or shouldn't be in the next operating budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Maltman, do you wish to speak to this? Any other discussion, councillors?
I'll move the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. If you'd like to read that.
Thank you. So it is adding to what has been suggested with some background information. So the Council 1. Note the extensive consideration of this matter and the business rating model during 2022, which included A, 2 independent reviews that include detailed engagement with stakeholders and community members, with reports to Council in June and December 2022. B, a resolution in December 2022 for a 32% reduction in the Town Centre Master Plan component of the Port Macquarie CBD ordinary business rate through to 2027, and a 45% reduction thereafter, which will ensure continued service standards for the CBD maintenance and funding for the existing TCMP-related loan repayments through to 2027. 2, note that abolition of the TCMP component of the Port Macquarie CBD business rate from 1 July 2024 would result in additional costs to the General Fund, both to ensure current levels of Port CBD maintenance and to repay the existing TCMP loan. 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to the February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, which details the costs of abolishing the TCMP rate. Could I put in there, I'll come back, abolishing the TCMP rate component and any potential options for mitigating the impact of the abolition.
Okay, thank you. Someone to second? Seconded by Councillor Shepherd. Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Could I just change in point 3, costs that would follow from abolishing the TCMP rate?
Are you happy with that?
That would follow from abolishing. Thank you.
Are you happy
Yes,
with that,
thank you.
Councillor Shepherd? Yep, okay, if you'd like to speak to that.
Yes, thank you. This has come before Council numerous times last year, and we engaged 2 independent parties, 2 separate occasions, independent parties, to review the situation with in-depth, face-to-face, one-on-one consultation with relevant stakeholders and some community members. That was a significant cost to Council to go through that process. And in all of the community response that we've had, it has been, including the business owners, the majority of the response was in support of the TCMP continuing. There was certainly a push for a reduction in cost of the levy, and we followed through with that. But there was absolutely support for the TCMP continuing. I understand that we got a person come to speak to us on Monday who has some relationship with the business community there. It wasn't made quite clear. But that surely does not warrant putting Council to this expense again of re-looking at the costs. We have done that comprehensively last year at great expense and come back with an unequivocal answer from the community, from stakeholders and from business members. I am putting this amendment to make it very clear publicly and to councillors what we have done already, the decisions we have made already. This doesn't come out of nowhere. This in fact follows on in direct contravention, the suggestion that we abolish is in direct contravention of the outcomes that have come to us during last year. It has been suggested and continues to be suggested that the CBD rate levy was extended illegally. We have clear legal advice that that was not the case, and yet these rumours continue to abound from people who, for some reason, think that they do not want council to fund maintenance in the CBD to keep it clean and tidy, or that general ratepayers should pay for loans that were taken out previously. I support this motion, so this amendment, so that we've got the clear facts on the table. We'll still go ahead and re-look at it, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report, but this gives the background to it, and I would hope make the public aware that this is a long-standing issue. We have already gone through this process, and yet we are being asked to go through it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Inton. Councillor Shepherd, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. And the first point that I'd want to make is that essentially this amendment is the original motion plus noting information, noting facts that are already publicly on the record. So I do think that that's important. My preference, quite frankly, would be not to have Clause 3 in there. I don't think the best scenario is for us to be pursuing a report when, in my view, we have enough information to tell us quite clearly, and information that was gained through that extensive consideration to tell us that it's not a good idea moving forward. And to be clear, that extensive consideration, by my calculations, thinking about the advice we got from, and the presentations we got from John Comrie, an independent financial expert, commissioned specifically to give us advice on this, and when we consider the extensive KPMG engagement, and then we consider the staff time, by my estimation, we're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars that has been spent on this consideration previously, and then had these decisions made by a full 9-person council. And of that 9-person council, a majority supported the determination that we made last December. So, to be clear, I really don't want to have Clause 3 there whatsoever. However, in this amendment, the original motion, Councillor Roberts gets to retain the actions that he wanted to come from it, being a report, and we simply have additional information there for our community to be aware of. I very much hope that we don't vote against providing additional information to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I have a question for Director Henschke. Off the back of the statement made by Councillor Shepherd, hundreds of thousands of dollars in reporting in relation to the TCMP.
May I clarify?
Please do.
Yeah, so I referred specifically to the commissioning of the independent advice and presentations to us from John Comrie, to the KPMG engagement and all of the reporting and recommendations report that they brought back to us, in addition to all of the staff time involved in engagement, reporting, all things of that nature.
I'll refer my question back to you again. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Through you, Madam CEO, the external review from KPMG included this review with the long-term financial plan review as well, so that in itself was a significant amount of money. So to actually dissect that, we don't have that to that degree, but it is I could confirm it would have been a significant amount.
Okay, I would ask that offline you provide councillors with what the actual review for the TCMP without the long-term financial plan component in it has been after the meeting at a later stage.
Okay, I can explore that.
Thank you.
I think when it did come to council, it was in confidential as well.
And if I
Hence
might,
the reason I would like to hear about it offline and out of council.
and if I might clarify that on it's commercial in confidence, so I haven't spoken the figure, but in terms of the cost of the engagement incurred only by by KPMG engagement is in the questions and answers spreadsheet that is available to all councillors. That is in there, and I think you might be very interested to have a look at that.
I'll be very interested, Councillor Shepherd, to hear back from Director Henschke. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak against this. It's no surprise that I'm going to speak against this because I have been speaking for all of this term in relation to the TCMP and how unbalanced it is, how unfair it is and what a tax it is on many of our smaller business operators in the CBD. This resulted, let's remember the origin of what the Town Centre Master Plan was about. It was back in the day when Settlement City was the shiny new shopping object for Port Macquarie. And the business owners of the day who were, in their heyday, younger men, they got together and they had a brilliant plan of pulling their money together to beautify the CBD, to put, as they called it, feet on the street, to keep the shoppers in the businesses that they owned, or they owned the properties and they had tenants in it. So this was to create an atmosphere for Port Macquarie. And when we had the presenter here in the public forum on Monday night, rightly so, he said he himself as a business operator has injected $110,000 into the Town Centre Master Plan. Now the Town Centre Master Plan is a very small box of just a small amount of businesses. Now, rightly so, it has been acknowledged that the town centre now is more than just a business precinct. It encompasses our town square and our town green. It is the nucleus for our celebrations. It is where we hold our events. It's where the community congregates. Why, the question must be asked, why is it up to a few to hold the burden of maintaining for the benefit of many? For that reason, I'm not supporting this, and I absolutely support 100% the abolishment of what has been a long overdue review of how we're going to fund a loan that many didn't even realise was taken out by council. So we have a loan, and we have a small amount of businesses that are absolutely burdened with the responsibility of paying that loan back and had no say in it. That's all I'll say on that. I do not support this amendment. Thank you. Any further discussion on this before the amendment goes before a vote? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Intamin. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. And for the reasons I outlined, I'll use the casting vote, and the amendment has been lost. We'll be back to the motion as it was moved. Any other discussion on this, councillors? Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking against the motion in front of us. Thank you to the Town Centre Master Plan Committee over many years for the amazing work on the Town Green and in the Port CBD that assisted in drawing people to last week's Christmas event. Those people are then, or were then, frequenting local stores and shops, and that's the whole purpose of that special rate, to beautify the CBD. Now, we have heard from the business community, both in favour and against the TCMP special rate on numerous occasions over the past couple of years. Based on that feedback, significant changes were made to reduce the rate level over this financial year and next. We actually reached a compromise. The TCMP committee may be in hiatus. However, following the next loan payment on December 18, we still have a balance of $1.34 million to pay off. That's in addition to the ongoing maintenance and minor works that are required to be funded. If we abolish the fee outright on July 1, as per the recommendation in front of us, where are we expecting to find the money to pay for what we owe? We heard at the public forum on Monday night there is a group of local business people, we don't know exactly who they are or how many, under the banner of the Greater Port Macquarie Better Business and Community Association. I contacted Business Port Macquarie to ask if they had been approached by anyone to support their cause or if they had heard about this new association. The answer was no to both questions, but that's not important. What I'd like to stress here is how many times are we going to revisit the same items and reverse previous decisions? The time and effort and resources required by staff to process and implement decisions, first one way and then the other, and then back again, in my opinion, sheer lunacy and no way to operate a business. Speaking of how to operate a business, says the guy who's never owned a business, you wouldn't stop an income stream when you've got bills to pay. Any reasonable business person, in my opinion, would know that. It is Business 101. I won't be supporting this, but if it gets up, bring on the report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, speaking against this one, and I note the previous extensive report that we've received. Overwhelmingly, the majority of the TCMP levy payers wanted to retain it. They wanted to retain the service levels that they currently enjoy. I note that in the town centres where we don't have a levy, the shop owners in those vicinities enjoy far less maintenance. For example, street sweeping in Port Macquarie is twice a week. In Wauchope, it's typically twice per week. In Laurelton, it's once per week. In pavement and path sweeping, Port Macquarie 6 or 7 days a week. Wauchope, nil. Laurelton, nil. They're drastically different levels of service here. And I also kind of think in terms of the loan and the outstanding balance, it's a little bit like, the owner of perhaps the worst house in the best street takes a loan to do some renovations and then decides, oh no, they're not going to finish it, they're just going to move, but then wants the rest of the whole street to pay for the renovations so that they can be the best house in the street.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I'm going to speak in support of the motion. Laurelton and Wauchope, there's been discussions about a town centre master plan in there, and go figure, nobody's really that enthusiastic about it. Why? Because why should it be up to the business owners just to carry the burden? If this was spread across a more diverse range, it would be a fair levy, and everybody could be proud that they've paid their little bit into it, because there are many more businesses in the Port Macquarie Hastings region that benefit as a result of what's happened on the town green and in the town square and along the foreshore, and they don't pay. They don't pay into this levy. Only a small group do. Do you know what? A leech, it attaches itself until it's had its fill, and even a leech drops off after it's had its fill. We need to stop sucking dry our small amount of businesses that are paying this levy. Yes, there's a reduction that's happened. It's only been that only happened through a group of councillors who have fought for this on behalf of these businesses. And can I say that we are seeing businesses close in the CBD. There is one about to close. They're selling their stock off at the moment in the CBD. Now, that is a business owner who owns a commercial property that won't have a tenant. So, but will still be expected to pay their rates and a TCMP levy on top of that. I'm calling for a balanced and fair look at this, and if that means broadening a new rate over a greater group of people, then perhaps that's how we fund it. But I certainly don't think a small group of people should be expected to pay back a loan that they didn't have a say in the first place, and to maintain a magnificent area that everybody benefits from. Even if you don't live in Port Macquarie and you live in the outer lying areas, you come in and you visit, you bring your friends who come to visit you, and you enjoy the town green. So let's have a look at this. I don't care how many times we have to have a look at it until we get it right, because I really do not think this is right at the moment. Thank you. For that reason, I'm supporting this motion. Any further discussion?
Speak against.
Thank you, Councillor Inchman.
Mostly to respond to a couple of things that you just said, Madam Mayor. You said that this is to get an overdue review. I'd like to remind you that we went through a comprehensive, expensive review last week. You said that that only a few people wanted. Again, the review was comprehensive and extensive. So this is just a personal view of yours, Madam Mayor. But what I really would like to say is that in our code of conduct, we are not to bring denigration to council. To describe council as a leech, I think, was very inappropriate. And again,
Order.
I remind you...
Order, Councillor Interman. I did not at any stage call council a leech. I said even a leech after it's had its field drops off. Please use, it's recorded, Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And analogies are a very convenient way to say something.
Order, Councillor Interman. Let's move on from this. These were my comments. They are recorded. We can replay them back. I did not refer to council as a leech at any stage. Please continue.
There was a reference that made that
Councillor
connection,
Inchman.
and I am noting it. I am
Councillor
ending now,
Inchman.
Madam Mayor, thank you. But I do want to just remind everyone, and yourself, that we have already gone through a review, so it is false to say that this is an overdue review that we need to do. It was extensive consultation, so it is false to say that it's just from a few voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to support this. Happy to support this on the basis that it's an information request, and with that, I believe it's been 2 for and 2 against, and asked to be put to the vote.
Okay. Could I have someone second that the motion be put to a vote? Councillor Roberts, thank you. All those in favour of putting the motion to the vote? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Mortman, Councillor Slade. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. I'll move with the casting vote. The motion be put. All those in favour of the motion? Thank you. Myself, Councillor Roberts, Mortman and Slade. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. I'll use the casting vote. The motion has been carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 10.18. Notice of motion, rate freeze. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, like item 10.17, I'm putting
Order.
forward...
Councillors, thank you. I'd like to start again, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just putting forward a motion, happy to read it.
Yes, please.
That Council requests the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report for the February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, preceded by a council briefing that 1. Details the financial, staffing and service delivery impacts of a proposed freezing of ordinary and special rates at the 2023-2024 rates for the period 1 July 2024 to 30 June 2025. 2. Articulates the cumulative potential long-term financial plan impacts of an ordinary and special rates freeze noted in point 1 above. Item 3 includes an assessment of the options for mitigating the impact of a rate freeze, and item 4 provides a draft community engagement plan to seek feedback on the proposed rate freeze. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have someone second that? I'm happy to second it. Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Just like the previous notice of motion, this is an information request. I'm not proposing a rate freeze in this particular request. However, it obviously points that way in particular, but I think before we make big decisions like these ones, number one, we should consult our community as noted in point 4, but also get as much information as we can. I do thank the staff for the work that they do. I understand that we have made many improvements as an organisation over the last 12 months since we last had a look at this one in particular. But I also note very importantly that the next budget we write will be, I guess, wholly or mostly delivered by a new council. So I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we set them up for success, and more information before we make big decisions on these matters is definitely my preference. Having said that, I think there's still room for improvement, and I do applaud the staff for taking that difficult journey of restructuring towards more of a delivery type model as a council. I would strongly encourage that to continue. However, there's still a lot of financial hardship in our community. Any reprieve that we can give our community, if we can, I think would be welcomed by our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Any discussion from councillors? Councillor Edwards.
Speaking against Madam Mayor, in my view, this is a waste of resources, staff time and community money. We already have enough information to know that not taking up the rate peg, which is definitely not the same thing as a rate rise, which would be a special rate variation, would mean that we will immediately have to start cutting back on delivery. The rate peg is there for the very reason that as base costs of delivery for council, such as staff wages, go up, we need the rate peg just to cover these kinds of unavoidable increases to our costs of simply operating the business of council. The reality is that if we did not take up the rate peg in the next financial year, the new incoming council after the September 2024 council election guaranteed would need to recover the rate peg in the following financial year to ensure financial sustainability and community expectations on delivery.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So my view is that, like the last item, I do feel it's similar to the last item in several ways. It was an election promise, both of them, and we have hashed out significantly with a 9-person council dealing with that. And so I find it very disappointing to keep looking at this now with one person less. Our community is entitled to expect that councillors will put ill-considered election promises aside and ensure that proper financial management of council is our priority. In my opinion, it's really absurd that we're considering a rate freeze again. We do have all the information, as Councillor Edwards has indicated, for us to know where this is going. Where it's going is negatively impacting our long-term financial sustainability and our ability to deliver core infrastructure and services for our community. It's going towards requiring reduced service levels for our community and reduced staffing. That is, to be clear, a loss of jobs, the front line and on-the-ground council staff. We already know that to mitigate those impacts, council would need to live beyond its means. If we were to implement a rate freeze without reducing services and without cutting jobs, we already know that would mean we'd have to exhaust dwindling reserves, internal reserves, and take up large borrowings. We'd have to create a debt burden for future generations while compromising our ability to service our debts within this decade. Talk about setting up the next council for success. The rate peg in this financial year we're in was 4.7%, and the rate peg that we're looking at for next year is 4.6%. Based on some conservative rough calculations from the information we've already been provided, my estimations are a one-year revenue impact of freezing the rates next year would be around $2.5 million, probably more. That the cumulative 10-year impact would be around $30 million, probably more. While the benefit to your average ratepayer would be about $60 savings on their rates, probably a bit more, but of course a lot more benefit to those people or companies who are paying rates on large portfolios of properties. As a ratepayer, I'd love an extra $60 in my budget, but I'd much prefer to instead have a council that's living within its means, giving me value for rates paid, delivering on core needs into the future and not creating a debt burden for our kids. Since April 2022, we've been provided extensive reports and information, everything we need to know that a rate freeze was a bad idea for the last 2 years and is a bad idea for the years to come. What's the point of us asking for yet another report, taking up days of staff time when voting history tells us this report will simply be ignored by those people who have proposed and supported the rate freeze thus far? If Councillor Roberts' rates freeze motion is supported today and we do have a report come back to February, I urge that councillors will this time pay due regard to the advice that we receive rather than continuing to pursue these poorly considered promises. And that being said, I'd like to move an amendment. So that would be instead asking the CEO to collate and provide the information to councillors that we've already received, which I feel will make it abundantly clear that proposing a rate freeze is just financially irresponsible. So the amendment's on the screen.
Yes, if you'd like to read it out, thanks.
Yep.
I'll have someone second.
Oh, I can read it from there, that's okay.
Seconded by Councillor Edwards. Just read it out, Councillor Shepherd.
Yep, the amendment is that Council 1, defer consideration of this item until further information is provided by the CEO. And Clause 2, that Council, in relation to the information referred to in Clause 1, request the CEO collate and provide councillors with the recording of the Councillor Budget Workshop and any previous advice to councillors or other information which the CEO considers relevant to rate freeze proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Right to speak on this.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor at the back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So speaking in support of this amendment, which in turn, of course, is speaking against the original item that we saw. Again, the comment that we're preparing what we're doing is preparing our next council. We're going to set them up. I just don't understand. I can't fathom it. Instead, we're going to be putting them under significant pressure. So here we go again. As you might be aware, we have had numerous funding proposals to squeeze into Council's budget and operational plan for next financial year to do a few things that our community has asked us to consider, in addition to our core business of providing basic services and programs. So if we go down the line of what Councillor Roberts wanted, for example, in today's agenda, there's the proposed upgrade of the Warhope Stadium, the construction of new netball courts. We want to make further progress on the new aquatic centre. It's one of our major priorities. We also need to improve Tuffins Lane. We would like to possibly do something, anything, at Warhope Regional Sporting Fields one day. There's a request to fund clearing headland vegetation, to implement a beach watch program, to begin a trial of rescue tubes, to improve our water and sewage systems, to improve and maintain Lake Cat-Eye, to fund the removal of graffiti, to fund councillor pay increases, to send councillors to conferences, to upgrade roads and footpaths, to build more infrastructure to catch up with the demands of housing construction, and the list goes on. Tip of the iceberg. And guess what? All these things cost money. And the costs continue to increase, not year by year, but month by month. But despite that, we are still talking about a motion to freeze rates so that we can fall even further behind. We are talking about a 4.6% increase. In comparison, as we know, Kempsey Shire Council has approved a 43% rate rise in total over the next 3 years. Our residents have coped with the 4.7% increase implemented previously. Staff advise that payment defaults sit at around 5.5% of ratepayers. There's been no substantial increase in people not being able to pay their rates, despite the fact we are running through some tough economic times. In my opinion, the original recommendation, which is why I'm supporting this amendment, it would be financially irresponsible for this council to implement a rate freeze. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. I'm going to speak against the amendment and in support of the motion for the reasons being, and I'll make comment on a few things that Councillor Lipovac has said. Firstly, Kempsey increases a special rate variation for special circumstances that another shire is experiencing. We're not going to talk about Kempsey because we're not Kempsey Shire. We are Port Macquarie Hastings Council. Isn't it fabulous all the wonderful things strategy and planning can do for this region, and the budget that we allocate to that? So by allocating in our operational plans the projects that are most of interest and most needed by our community, like netball courts in Warhope, upgrades to Warhope Stadium, upgrades actually to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium are needed as well. Our community has made it quite clear that, the dilapidated memorial pool of Port Macquarie is an embarrassment to our region, and we deserve a new aquatic centre. How do we pay for all of this? Well, we pay for it through our budget. And how do we save money? We stop cost shifting upon ourselves. This council and local government is renowned for shifting costs onto itself. Downward pressure on an organisation makes it lean and efficient. When you're in business for yourself, you have a look at where you save money and where you're wasting money as well. So I would expect that the organisation look at where it's cost shifting upon itself. One of the richest women in Australia was reported as making a statement, Gina Reinhardt, that local government needs to look at freezing their rates. And that was, I believe, just this week. I wish I had it in front of me. Excuse me, Councillor Interman, call order. Please be quiet while I'm speaking. And why has she made that comment? Because of the cost of living. So Councillor Shepherd has said herself she would like an extra $60 in her pocket. This isn't absurd. If it was absurd, I wouldn't support it. What I support is the fact that we acknowledge we are expecting our ratepayers to fund the council and the way that the council operates. I'm asking you, Madam CEO, to consider how the council operates operationally as far as saving money, becoming more effective and efficient, so we can reduce the costs and still deliver quality services and quality infrastructure for our community. I'm supporting this because this is asking for information. And I know that councillors, there are many of us here that continuously ask for information every day of the week. Thank you. Councillor Inderman.
Thank you. I speak for the amendment and against the motion. And my apologies, Madam Mayor, but I couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of Gina Reinhardt suggesting that councils cost too much. It is quite a preposterous suggestion on her part. I agree with Councillor Lipperback, this would be financially irresponsible. I think I have 3 points to make. One of them falls back on what you've just said, which is you're looking to the CEO to streamline the processes, to streamline the operation of council. I'd like to remind you that the CEO has been in that process now for over 2 years. There is only so much that you can streamline. That's number one. Number two, council never gets a request to stop doing services. You mentioned a number of things that were most needed. Most needed are probably our asset maintenance and roads, and we haven't even touched that bottomless pit. It will be setting a new council up to fail if this happens. There is a cumulative impact year on year from a reduction in rates, and all up, this is a poorly conceived situation, I believe, also agreeing with Councillor Shepherd, arising from electoral promises, as with the TCMP. It's also ironic that at this council meeting we've got several proposals, notices of motion for budget items that are being brought before the public council and therefore the public, when in fact the process is that we've all put ours in privately. But here they are coming before the public. I wonder why.
Order. Councillor Inderman, you are sailing close to the wind, Councillor Inderman.
But I haven't gone there.
Councillor
I wonder
Inderman.
why.
Councillor Inderman.
I would like 3 points at the end. Number one, we are elected here to be the governing body of an organisation that attempts to work as a business. We are not a charity. We are to cut our jobs to suit the cloth that we have, and we have a very minimal, we actually need more rates to come in. But we aren't a charity, we're here to run as a business, and I can see no good, none, coming to the organisation from cutting rates. Second 2 points, I am possibly the lowest income person in this room, or this side of the room. And I hear nothing from people in the community about wanting rates being cut. They want council to do its job, to deliver services appropriately to what has come through in the budget. They're not looking for a rate freeze. They don't want $60 extra a year at a cost of millions to council. They want council to do its job.
Councillor Inderman.
I speak against the motion.
Thank you.
Against the motion for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. So I will take the opportunity to speak to the amendment. I'm really concerned to hear this idea that more streamlining is going to improve the financial situation for the future. A close read of the General Fund Improvement Plan report that we've got makes it very clear that we've got lots of big challenges coming to the future. The value of what's happening under that improvement plan is largely around gathering data that we're going to be able to make better decisions for our community if we listen to them. One of the big things that's going to be coming back to the next council is the results of the Asset Management Improvement Plan. And we've been duly advised on a number of occasions now that the results of that aren't going to tell us we need to spend less money. We know that we're going to have a lot of expenses coming up in the near future, not just because of infrastructure, which we already are planning to substantially fund with borrowing. For example, the wastewater treatment plant and the $100 million worth of borrowing that's coming with that in the forthcoming years. We already have enough of this information, as well as the immediate service cuts and the staff cuts that would be enacted as a result of a rate freeze, to know that we don't need a report to tell us that.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any other discussion, councillors? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. Those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. Those against, myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. I'll move the casting vote and the amendment is lost. We're back to the motion. Any discussion on this? Right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was trying to avoid getting into a debate on a rate freeze or not, but obviously that occurred. So again, the information is going to be critical for us to make a decision on. So I just encourage staff to put all their cards on the table and tell us exactly what a rate freeze looks like, so we can make informed judgments without speculation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Those against, Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. I'll use the casting vote. The motion has been carried. I'll move on to item 1019. I'll move a notice of motion.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. My understanding is that under the Code of Meeting Practice that the moving councillor has the right to move their notice of motion.
Sorry, the moving councillor.
Are you referring to item 1019?
Yes, I'm referring to 1019 and I'm going to move.
So that's my notice of motion. I believe under the Code of Meeting Practice I have the right to move the motion that I've brought.
I apologise. So move your motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move the alternate motion that I've put forward. Thanks, Tanya, if you don't mind bringing that up. Madam Mayor, would you like me to read that out?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
That Council determine the composition of the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel for the remaining Council term to consist of the Mayor, 2 councillors nominated by the elected Council and 1 councillor nominated by the Chief Executive Officer. 2, determine Councillor Rachel Shepherd and Councillor Lauren Edwards to represent the elected Council of on the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel. 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to nominate a councillor to represent the Chief Executive Officer on the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel for the subject period. 4, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel the entire process of performance management, including discussions about performance, reporting and performance reviews for the period ending this term. Request the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel to prepare a written process to be undertaken, noting anywhere this process deviates from the ORG guidelines for performance management.
Thank you. And someone to second for Councillor Shepherd, please. Councillor Edwards, thank you. You speak to this.
Thank you. So I think I've got sufficient notes in the agenda to generally make the point. More broadly, I would just say that the appointment and management of the General Manager of the CEO is one of the most important responsibilities of the elected council. The Performance Review panel is typically delegated all responsibilities related to the performance reviews and agreements, and it typically consists of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, a councillor nominated by Council and a councillor nominated by the CEO. But we are in the unusual position that our previous review panel has become defunct. So this is due to the recent resignation of 1 councillor who was from Council, who was the CEO's representative, and then the subsequent removal of the Deputy Mayor position. So this Mayor simply seeks to establish the composition of the review panel, noting that informal interim reviews partway through a year aren't uncommon, but are only possible where a review panel is in place. So in relation to the written briefing clause 4, several councillors have previously expressed an interest in better understanding the processes undertaken by the review panel, and the current performance agreement concludes shortly before the election caretaker period. So I think it's a good time for us to determine that composition, but also to provide clarity to councillors for the processes to be undertaken.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief here. I support this. The Chief Executive Officer's performance review is a function of the elected body, and it is of the utmost importance that councillors feel confident and clear about the process and timeline by which this will be conducted.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? I'm going to move an amendment then. I'm going to move that Council defer consideration of this item until the February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, where it will be considered as a mayoral minute to allow the Chief Executive Officer adequate time to determine and speak to her representative on this panel. I'll have someone second that if I could, please. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I'll speak very briefly to it. This is the process for a mayoral minute to come up in relation to the CEO's performance review and the panel. I have spoken to the CEO, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam CEO, but you have informed me that you haven't had a chance to actually speak to anyone that you wish to choose as your delegate.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Normally this process goes up in February. It normally comes from the chair of the panel, which is you as the mayor. We are in an unusual situation where we don't have a deputy, and I thought it would be opportune to have that conversation. I also haven't had a conversation with the representative because this has moved too fast, and it was normally ready for the February to basically have that conversation moving forward. And I don't know if it would be prudent for councillors to potentially have a conversation, before this item actually goes up to council.
Thank you. Madam CEO, I have a question for you as well. Did you not express this to Councillor Shepherd prior to this nom coming up?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Shepherd, I do have a question for you. Did we not have an email exchange some time ago in relation to this? And I said I was more than comfortable with the matter coming up to February.
No, I don't believe that's the case. I believe there were email communications in relation to some of the processes, but not all which are here.
Well, I actually do recall, Councillor Shepherd, and would you like me to provide you with the email exchange that we had talking about
Sure, that's
February?
fine. That's fine.
I'll be happy to do that after the meeting.
And if I may briefly speak against?
Yes, you may.
Yes, so the CEO's representative resigned from council in July 2023, and this motion was brought to the attention of the CEO 2 weeks ago. So I do feel that there's been adequate time to consider and speak to a potential representative for the review panel. Yes, this would typically come back in February. The only reason that I'm raising this now is because the review panel is indeed defunct. It has not been addressed by the chair, and so I have duly raised it.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Another question of you. I agree that the panel is now defunct from the two issues that you actually raised, being there is no deputy mayor and a resignation of a councillor. But would you agree that there is no need, given there is no deputy mayor, for panel members either? And I will seek some clarification through you, Madam CEO, but would you agree that the new panel need only consist of 3?
I certainly would not agree.
Thank you. Madam CEO, if I could just pose that question to you, being that there is no deputy mayor, is there a need for 4?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is a unique situation. I would need to get some guidance of Office of Local Government. It is a guideline at this stage, so I would need to get some clarification.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just ask the clarification be provided to all of us as soon as that becomes available. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Question, please, Madam Mayor. I do realise that Councillor Shepherd's motion was a little unusual, but I do agree with clause 6, I think it was, if we could perhaps have a look there again. Clause 5. Request the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel to prepare a written brief, etc. No, not that. This. To prepare a written brief, etc. And so we did have quite a lot of confusion last year regarding the actual process and questions raised, and it was never clarified. So through you, I suppose it goes to you, Madam Mayor. Do you have any objection to that request on clause 5 of Councillor Shepherd's proposed motion?
Thank you. I'm really comfortable with what I've moved, and there was a lot of confusion, I have to say, in 6 years of being on a General Manager's performance review and now a CEO's performance review. It was the first time ever that we had so much confusion. And you and I have been on panels before, and it was the first year I'd ever experienced anything like it. So, and for that reason, no, I'm quite happy with what I've moved.
Okay, thank you. I'll move an amendment, which is, we're on an amendment. We've got to deal with the amendment first. I'll come back when the motion is there, but just to, yeah, we'll come back to that.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other discussion on the amendment that I have moved? Councillor Roberts, would you like to speak to this?
Not just now.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman, Slade and Councillor Interman, thank you. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Edwards. The amendment is now the motion. Thank you. And you'll move your amendment now,
I have an amendment,
Councillor
yes.
Interman.
So I'm happy to move the first part of yours and then add to it, Tanya, if we could just get that clause 5 and pick that up and add it as a clause 2.
Okay, could I have someone second Councillor Interman's amendment? Councillor Lipovac, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak briefly to it. Indeed, it was rather remarkable, the sense of confusion, and I say sense of confusion, that there was last year regarding the process to be undertaken. It could be that that was because there were some changes in the regulations. It could be for many reasons, but nevertheless, the fact of the confusion was real, and therefore I believe that we are best served by ensuring that this is clarified, and so that is why I'm suggesting, I'm happy to support what you say about deferring it until February. That's the normal process. But I would like to request that we get this clear outline as soon as possible, really, from the panel. Could be having been written by the CEO, so that we are all clear. This is councillors, one of councillors, perhaps its most important job, and we need to be clear about the process in advance so that we're all aware. We can all know whether or not things are proceeding as they should be or they're not. It's a fairly simple request for clarity, and so I would like to actually change that and go request the Chief Executive's Office's Performance Review Panel prepare a written brief for councillors by the end of March. Thank you, 2024, detailing the performance review and performance agreement process. I commend this to my colleagues so that...
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you unnecessarily, but this is important, Councillor Interman. The CEO has just, rightly so, raised that there is no panel, so number 2 is obsolete, to request the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel.
Okay, so I will change that to request the Chief Executive Officer's Performance Review Panel, when convened, to prepare a written brief, etc., etc. convened. Thank you.
Okay.
I commend this to my colleagues so that we can all be clear. It's essential, otherwise things do go wrong, misconceptions arise. It is an extremely important process, and I think that we need to be fully informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Interman. Councillor Lipovac, are you happy with that slight change?
Yes, I'm happy with the comments and, of course, the information in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you wish to speak to this? Any other discussion on the amendment?
Yes, just noting, obviously I would have preferred if my notice of motion went through as is, but I plan to support this on the basis of getting that second clause in, and I hope that my fellow councillors will do so also.
Thank you very much. I think it's important for councillors to understand why I'm not supporting the amendment with clause 2 in it, and for the community that's listening on in the chambers and online also. The CEO is the most important appointment that in fact, it's the only appointment that the elected body makes. It is the only staff member that we can direct, and we do that direction through resolutions of council, which you're seeing today. The more people that get involved, the trickier it becomes for a review panel, and I experienced that at the last review panel. We have a panel that is formed. It's formed based on a resolution brought by a mayoral minute in the February of every year, and then it is the panel's responsibility, as resolved, to review the performance of the CEO and then to report back to council. That is the process. I don't want to circumvent the process. That is the process. It's been the process since I have been mayor for the last 6 years. For that reason, I'm not going to support the amendment, and I hope we can get back to what is now the motion, so it can be voted upon and we can move forward with the business of council. I'll put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. The casting vote is used. The amendment is lost. We're back at the motion. Any other discussion, councillors?
I don't believe I've actually spoken on the motion.
You're welcome to speak to the motion.
Sorry?
You're welcome to speak
Thank
to
you.
the motion. Thank you.
I don't believe that this is interfering with the process. I think that it's important for transparency, for everybody to be clear on the process that's being followed, and so I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask that process be made transparent to everyone. And so therefore I'm certainly not going to be voting on this, because in my opinion it is a bad process that is going to be followed here, and in fact it is to everybody's benefit that we are all clear on what is happening in this very important CEO Performance Management Panel and its processes, and especially important to make sure that we all know that the OLG guidelines are being followed, and if not followed, then for what reason. I find this a bad motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Councillor Roberts.
I find it a good motion. I think realistically, what point 2 did previously was dictate terms to the panel to do a particular thing, which is write a report. I don't know if that's a part of a legislated process or not, so I was actually simply going to ask questions about whether that was actually appropriate. But I think my support for the motion in front of us really is around that deferral, so that we have time to properly process this one. I think it is a bit premature, noting that I think we all agree that February was the intended date for this one anyway. So my concerns are more around just deferring it so we've got time to workshop it and not have to do that on the floor of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Question to Councillor Roberts. What do you mean workshop it on the floor of council?
That's what I believe we were just doing.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to have the right of reply. I'm going to say that deferral is the only option. for the comfort of the CEO and in respect of you, Madam CEO, in order for you to be able to consider your representative and have those discussions, to follow due process, which is a February convening of a panel. I look forward to hearing back from you in relation to whether it's a 4-person panel or a 3-person panel in this instance, and I look forward to the February meeting so we can actually resolve this and move forward with your performance review for the last one for the term of this council in 2024. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Mortman, Councillor Slade, Councillor Lipovac. Those against? Councillor Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. The motion has been carried, councillors. Thank you. Item 10.20, notice of motion from you, Councillor Lipovac, for reporting councillor attendance and engagement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would also like to amend my motion very slightly. Looking at point A, the number of ordinary meetings, comma, take out the end, extraordinary meetings, and public forums. Thank you. You got my email earlier today. Thank you very much. That's what I'm looking at this point in time. So I'll read out the whole thing.
Thank you.
The recommendation is that council at the end of each council term and commencing following the next local government election in September 2024, provide a report to the last ordinary council meeting preceding the conclusion of that council term on the following data. A being the number of ordinary meetings, extraordinary meetings and public forums each councillor attended. B, the number of briefings and workshops each councillor attended. C, the number of committees each councillor was a member of during the term of council. And D, the number and cost of conferences, professional development sessions and events councillors attended where such attendance incurred a cost to council. And part 2 being present the above on a per councillor basis and report it in council's annual report commencing in the 2024-25 annual reports.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. If you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I would. It's a straightforward recommendation that doesn't require a lot of explanation, but the bottom line is ratepayers are entitled to know that the councillors they elected are in fact turning up to the majority of council meetings, briefings and workshops so that they can be fully informed on matters that we make decisions on here in the chamber. It's an essential and critical part of our job. But also, we need to ensure that councillors who attend events where council incurs the cost of tickets or accommodation, etc., is also listed. And on a side note, if they happen to pull out at the last minute, it should be noted and that money paid back to council. This is all about basic transparency and accountability. I'm surprised actually that councils don't just do this without requiring a notice of motion. As I said at the last meeting, for those who weren't there, I would love to see the stats on how many events your respective community representatives have made time to attend over the past 2 years, in addition to fronting up for council meetings, public forums and briefings. Are you, ratepayers, getting value for money from those councillors you voted for? My initial suggestion to staff was, can we get these details calculated and released publicly at the end of this term and just prior to the next election so that ratepayers know who's turning up to represent? Unfortunately, this information was not being gathered and therefore unavailable, so this motion, should it pass, is scheduled to start next term. However, for those who don't know me, I love cricket, therefore I love stats. So I have gathered the information as to where your respective councillors stand so far after 2 years of this term. Including today, we have sat for 29 ordinary and extraordinary meetings since January 2022. 18 meetings last year, 11 this year, not including October's cancelled meeting. As a former councillor, Griffiths resigned in July. I have not taken into account her attendance figures. So of the remaining 8 councillors, only 4 have been involved, either physically or by remote attendance.
Order. Councillor Lipovac.
Yes, Madam.
Going to call order on that. You're suggesting that there are councillors who have done something wrong?
No.
By not turning up. Not turning up to events that they may not have been able to turn up to. So I'm just going to ask, Councillor Shepherd, I'm just going to ask that you be mindful with where you're going with this.
Okay, I understand. I appreciate that. I'm simply supporting my argument by providing some information from the past couple of years.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I believe when order's called, by the chair that they need to cite a clause and give an explanation as to what the point of order is, what the order is being called. I don't believe that citing factual numerical statistics meets that criteria, makes any criteria of insult or improperness.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. For your point of order, what I am suggesting is under 1511E that there is a suggestion that on the stats there may be some councillors who, and I'm actually looking at some councillors that for various reasons aren't able to make it to certain events or meetings, and I'm wondering if Councillor Lipovac, if it's his intention to, I guess, name those councillors. Is that your intention, Councillor Lipovac?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right then. Continue on.
Of the remaining 8 councillors, only 4 have been involved either physically or by remote attendance for all 29 meetings. However, the full picture of the councillor's commitment to the job also requires the additional stats I'm asking for. The attendance at monthly public forums, the briefings and workshops, there's usually a couple of those each month, committee work, even attending community events like business awards and business chamber and tourism association gatherings, various conferences and professional development where, again, council pays for the tickets. The Minister for Local Government, Ron Honig, said, and I quote, "There are similarities between councillors and a board of directors. We both focus on strategic and high-level decision-making. That is removed from the day-to-day operational activities, which is the role of the CEO. I encourage councillors to endorse this motion, which will set a solid platform for the future and an increased level of responsibility for those working in this role. Quite simply, just looking to make sure that we're all accountable, it's all transparent, it's all above board, and that we are, in fact, doing our job and spending as much time as we can focusing on council's needs and the community's needs." Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lipovac. Councillor Interman.
Question to Councillor Lipovac, please. Councillor Lipovac, I'm wondering, I've got a couple of questions here. Number one, in 1B, why would one not put in the pre-council meetings? Would you be happy to include pre-council meetings if we're going to be comprehensive?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, to be honest. It's something that has slipped my mind. So if we would like to slip that into point B, that's what you were suggesting?
Yes, so start number, yes, pre-council briefings. Briefings, comma, briefings and workshop. So it'll, so maybe make that issue briefings. Pre-council briefings, issue briefings, if that was acceptable to Councillor Lipovac.
So long as everyone understands what we're referring to, or at least the councillors do, seeing as they're the ones involved.
I don't understand issue briefings.
So the bi-monthly briefings, the ones we have on a Thursday morning, two Thursday mornings before the meeting, before the council meeting? Is that what we're referring to there?
Briefings with staff, perhaps, would that help? Councillor
Staff
Lipovac.
briefings.
Staff briefings.
That would also
help?
be, yes.
Thank you. And thank you for that. And my second question is relating to the number of committees each councillor was a member of during the term of council. I'm wondering how relevant that might be, bearing in mind right at the moment we've got almost none. Right at the moment, I'm not allowed to be on any. The meaningfulness of that one.
In response?
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Can we just scroll back down so I can see? No, the other way. Thank you. I just want to make sure Councillor Shepherd is happy with where these little changes are going. Yep, okay. Sorry, continue on, Councillor Lipovac.
In response to Councillor Interman, of course, we do have a council election coming up in September, and who knows who may be sitting on this council at that point in time. So things can change in terms of how many committees and how many people are sitting on those committees. So I'm happy to keep it in there.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, so earlier I spoke strongly and voted in support of the motion in relation to reform to increase the pay for councillors and the mayor. And one of the issues that was raised was essentially that no one can make councillors work hard. But what I would see this is in some small way, kind of a set of not really KPIs, but some small way of being accountable to our community for the time that we're putting into the job, and that we're turning up to the formal opportunities to engage with our important job. So with that in mind, I speak strongly in support of this. This is essentially providing information to the public, not about this council, I note. This isn't about this council, this would be about the next council. I would have strongly preferred also that we would have the data for this council. But without the benefit of that, and noting I've made some inquiries and it would take quite a lot of work to even start this process from January, and so I won't pursue that at this stage, noting the staff load. But I absolutely commend my colleagues to consider this as an accountability option into the future.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shepherd. I'm going to speak against it for the reasons being that, and I don't have a problem with accountability. I mean, my goodness, with the last order, thank you, with the last the first term of mayor and this term for me as mayor, I'd be quite proud to actually list all the places I've been, all the people I've met, all the conferences I've attended, all the committees I've chaired. I'd be quite proud to have that happen. But the reason I'm not supporting this is because you're suggesting we make a decision for a council that hasn't even been elected yet. So my suggestion to you, Councillor Lipovac, would be that if you're elected, or if you run and you're elected at the next council, at the local government elections next year in September, that you bring this back into council so that the new council can make a decision for itself. And I'm not supporting us making a decision for a new council that hasn't been elected yet. So you may wish to give some consideration to that. Councillor Shepherd.
If I may, Madam Mayor, a question to you. So I've been advised that it would take significant resources just to get the processes, registers going and systems in place to make sure that staff can document the various attendances that we're involved in. And so foreseeably, if we think that it's a good idea that councillors are accountable to their community in this way in the future, we should be making sure that the provisions are in place before the end of this term, to have those processes in place so it's ready to go for the next one. So it actually makes sense to be making the decision now.
Is this a question?
Yes. What are your thoughts on that proposal?
Well, I think that just because we may think it's a good idea doesn't make it so, and I think that we could be asking staff to undertake a whole heap of work that another council will come in and say it's a bit preposterous and we're not supportive of it, and they rescind it, and all this work's been done by staff for naught. So again, I told you what my reasoning was and I'm going to stick with it. Thank you, Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in favour of it, in support of this this motion, and also to note that it's just been said that we shouldn't be setting the agenda for councils in advance of them. I would like to say that the perfect example of that is not to limit them with a rate freeze before people are elected. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Interman. Any other discussion on this?
Thank you for your thoughts, councillors and Madam Mayor. Councillor Interman did take what I wanted to say in relation to, yes, we are actually looking ahead and working out what we can and can't do for the next term of council, and of course suggesting or getting a report together to work out whether or not we're going to have a rate freeze is in fact doing exactly that. We are guiding the next council with that particular recommendation or that item, and this is the same situation. Again, as I said earlier, I can't see why it's not actually part of regular council work in terms of ensuring that we are all turning up for what we need to be doing. So let's vote on it today. Let's get it through. The new council can then consider or revisit this issue, and if it doesn't get up today, and if I happen to get re-elected, I'll bring it up again next term. But in the meantime, it's a great start to make sure that those who are putting their hand up for this role know exactly what they're in for and that they will be held accountable. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for your right of reply. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Intamin. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Mortman, Councillor Slade. For the reasons that I expressed, I'll use the casting vote and the motion has not been carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, may I move a brief comfort adjournment?
Yes, you may. Thank you. And I'll second it. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. All those in favour of a 10-minute? A 10-minute would be great to be able to get a cup of tea as well. So if we have a 10-minute adjournment and we can be back here, all those in favour? Councillor Mortman, are you against? No. Okay, great. Councillor Mortman's against. It's okay, sorry. I'll take it again. Those in favour of 10 minutes just for a comfort stop, those in favour? Thank you. Myself, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Slade, Councillor Shepherd, Councillor Edwards. Those against, Councillor Maltman, Councillor Lipovac and Councillor Intamin. We will be taking just a short break, everybody. Those of you in the chamber, feel free to make yourself a cuppa out there in the foyer. And cake too, I hear. If there is cake out there, I'll be happy to have a slice. Those of you who are online with us, you do the same. We'll be back in 10. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. To those in the chamber chomping away on their Christmas cake in the background with their cups of tea, and for those of you at home, welcome back as well. After that short little recess that we've just had, we're now moving on to item 10.21. We have a rescission motion from council meeting dates 2024. Councillor Roberts, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is extremely long. Would you like me to read it word for word?
Well, Councillor, it is very long. Ordinarily, I would ask you, councillors, is there anything in there that you're not understanding? Okay, so no. In this instance, we won't because of the length of it and the time we've just taken off.
Thank you. I will just summarise it, just for those at home. It's essentially a rescission on a decision made last month around the ordinary council meeting dates, times, etc., whether or not we have community forums / council meetings, etc. So I'd like to simply move the rescission first, and if that's successful, move an alternate, or I guess move a motion off the back of that.
Yes. Okay, could I have someone second? Seconded by Councillor Slade. Thank you. Councillor Roberts, if you want to move the rescission.
Yeah, thank you. Just speaking to the rescission, it was a slight surprise to see suggestion to remove council meetings proper from being held in Wauchope and Laurieton. I know there was some rationale given on that, and people can review the tape if they like. But on reflection on that one, and just to be clear, I voted against that. But it was a majority of councillors on the day that decided to have public forums in those places instead of council meetings. I didn't see a lot of sense in that at the time. I respect it was a council decision. However, I think looking at what I'm proposing as an alternate, we, I think and believe, can do both public forums and the council meeting on the same day. Obviously, I'm proposing an alternate day of the week and also time to accommodate those. With that said, I did take some feedback throughout the month on people who over a period of time had wanted to speak at council meetings, but with the council meetings being later in the week, the agendas coming out later in the week, there wasn't enough time for them to review the agenda plus put in an application to speak on the following Monday. So I think bringing the council meetings forward should, in fact, also bring the agendas forward as well. So we've got more time for people to read those before having to submit an application to speak. So I think we might get more attendance also at our public forums. I don't know, that's been raised by some people as well, the lack of attendance. Having said that, we had 7 speakers on Monday this week, which I thought was one of the better turnouts for this year. So there's a lot of reasons to make some adjustments here, but the main one for me is the retention of having our council meetings in Wauchope and the Camden Haven be a feature of our meeting with the community, but also bringing the public forums into those in particular. Not all the others, obviously a bit of a gap in between, but if we're going to roll out a roadshow, I'd rather it be for a full council meeting, but not doing it twice. So there's some efficiency gains there in that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Slade, do you wish to speak to this? Councillor Shepherd? No? Councillor Edwards?
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment.
Can we debate it?
Okay. Sorry, I did.
Absolutely. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, you can. Well, I'd like to go to Councillor Shepherd first. Anyone with the light on will do. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I speak against the rescission motion, partially because there was full opportunity at the last meeting to have these discussions. This isn't just a change to the where public forum is and as isn't. The change of the meeting time to 10 a.m. on a Wednesday is really quite significant in terms of the time that's available for councillors to make good decisions, noting the public forum being on Monday afternoon. I would encourage in the future if councillors have concerns about a matter and have ideas about how we could make a decision that is better suited to everyone, that we raise those and discuss them. Ideally, we can do that outside of the chamber. I'm quite happy to discuss some of the proposals that are in the following the motion that would come after a rescission, but to me it doesn't really make sense to go ahead and propose something that might not work very well for other councillors. We should at least have these discussions as we did last year when we set the meeting dates for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Inchman.
Thank you. Question to Councillor Roberts. I just picked up something that you said earlier, that you're planning to ask for the agendas to be available earlier. Is that correct?
Thank you. Fair question. I think the process is we normally get an agenda about a week before a council meeting. So if we bring the meeting forward, that should in turn bring an agenda forward as well. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. I'll just speak briefly to this. I agree with Councillor Shepherd about the consultation. The change at the last council meeting was fairly minor. This is seeking to change both the day and the time. And so that's a bit disturbing that there was just no consultation with half of the councillors regarding this. However, I do note that, or maybe I'll get this clarified, I will try to accommodate myself to whatever times we decide, but it has to be workable. And I'm not sure that Monday evening to Wednesday morning is actually going to be workable in terms of getting questions to staff, etc., and particularly arising from any public forum. So I do have concerns. I'm happy to try to work with whatever times there are. That is a little bit of a trouble to me, and maybe if we can bring the agendas forward. But see, then again, that changes the whole schedule of the staff. So there are troubles. So can I finish with a question?
Please
and
do.
That is to get that clarified through the CEO to the Manager of Governance, that in fact this will have to go out for public consultation, and so therefore we'll get comments back, and presumably councillors will be able to make comments, and hopefully we can get to something that suits everybody. I don't know if some councillors simply can't get there on that day. So question, will this go to consultation, a community consultation?
Through you, Madam CEO, yes, every change to the Code of Meeting Practice must go through a consultation process. So the process would be a draft Code of Meeting Practice will come back to Council in February, and it would then go on public exhibition, and it has to be open for 42 days for submissions, so it may not actually get back to Council until May after the submissions and the closing dates, etc.
So if we've got to go to consultation, that means that the decision at last month isn't binding, which means where are we? So there was a change proposed at the last meeting, but that hasn't gone to consultation. That was a decision of council. So where are we?
The actual, sorry, through you, Madam CEO, the actual dates aren't part of the Code of Meeting Practice. The dates are set by resolution, so that way it's only the other changes in the other sections of the amendment that have to go out through the Code of Meeting Practice consultation period.
So again, clarification. So that would be just the change to where the public forum was held. Is that correct?
No, again through you, Madam CEO, the main change would be, so we're setting a different end time to the council meeting. That's the main change that we have to make to the Code of Meeting Practice.
That was last time. This time. Perhaps the CEO could review this and just advise councillors in the next week or so where we stand right now.
Sorry, can I just ask Councillor Ritterman, do you mean regarding the holding of meetings next year, the dates for those meetings, or? The date and time, sorry, through you, Madam CEO, the date and time are set by resolution. So if the rescission motion is carried today and a new dates and times are set today, that is fine. They will continue and they will be applicable. It will be the change to the Code of Meeting Practice to set a new finish time, because the current Code of Meeting Practice says 7:30, and if we go to a 10 o'clock start, it means we can extend that meeting from 10 in the morning through till 7:30 at night. So we're proposing the change to the Code of Meeting Practice to set a time period of 5 hours for a meeting from the commencement time of the meeting. So that is the only part that's sort of left a little bit open. For that little bit of time in the middle there, a meeting can technically still go until 7:30.
If I may clarify, based on the dates that we were provided before, noting that the Code of Meeting Practice would go to exhibition for 42 days and then come back probably May, we only have 3 meetings after that. And I'm wondering if we could receive advice from staff about the value of that engagement-wise, resourcing-wise for engagement, versus the shorter result versus the opportunity to shorten the council meetings. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you made a good point. I mean, do we go out to public exhibition or do we just leave it at 7:30 and, hope that we finish early so we don't go out to public exhibition would make sense to me. Leave it at 7:30, but there would be a common understanding that it would be 5 hours in the meeting as a maximum. Otherwise, we're just going to be, there is a shortened time frame. That's my perception.
If I may ask councillors, I'm sure there's an understanding that we're not going to spend 9.5 hours in a council meeting from 10 a.m. till 7:30 at night determining the business of council. Shame on us if that occurs. So I'm sure we all agree?
Sure.
Great.
I want it 10 hours.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you'll be on your own, Councillor Ingerman. Councillor Edwards, yes.
Yes, through you. I have a question, Madam Mayor, through you, because I did ask this question in the pre-council briefing about the date for the agenda. So could I just confirm through you, Madam Mayor, the response I got from governance was that the time frame, here we are, that was me. Okay, councillors should be aware that this would result in 1 day less for councillors to review the business papers prior to the meeting. So that's the actual situation. Were you aware of that?
Are you asking me that, or are you asking governance?
Sorry, could governance confirm that?
Thank you.
Through you, Madam CEO, that would be the intention. It's worth noting that before about 12 months ago, the council meetings were held on a Wednesday and the agenda went out on a Wednesday. When that was changed to the Thursday, council's actually got an extra day. So this is probably not looked at as you're losing a day, it's just back to where it was.
Wednesday PM.
Sorry?
Can we just keep it to allowing the manager for governance to speak? Thank you.
And the other thing I'd just like to note is that under the Act, the business papers only need to go out a minimum of 3 days before a council meeting. So in accordance with that, it's quite a generous time frame to get the business papers that currently go out.
Thank you. All right. So we have a motion here, and there's been discussion. I want to put this to the vote, and if you have something that you need to put up, I suggest you move on.
I will
the
move
floor.
my amendment. I was
Thank
waiting
you
to
so
see
much,
if Councillor Roberts might have been wanting to make any amendments to his.
Sorry to interrupt. It's the rescission motion that's actually in front of council now. So the first thing that has to happen
Is there be a rescission? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to put that. Thank you so much, Michael, for interjecting. All of a sudden, this got extremely messy, and we're going to pull it back in. Thank you. So we have a rescission motion before us. I'll put the rescission motion to the vote. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. The casting vote will be used. The rescission motion has stood, which means that you have another motion to move, Councillor Roberts. If you'd like to move that, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Edwards.
Correct. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor. In taking into account the discussion beforehand, the motion to move would be as gazetted, and I would just clarify, I'm happy to remove point 7 if that's going to help with the whole of point 7, if that's going to help with exactly what we talked about, the 42 days, etc., for not a lot of value. Happy to omit that if that's technically the better way of doing that. I'll take some advice from CEO or staff on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, yes, we'll remove that if you're comfortable.
I'm comfortable. Okay, so it's just the 6 items which I will read. That council set the ordinary council meeting dates for the 2024 as the third Wednesday of each month, with the exception of no meeting to be held in September 2024 due to the local government elections, an earlier meeting in November 2024 due to the New South Wales Local Government Conference, and an earlier meeting in December due to the proximity of Christmas, being 21 Feb, 20th of March in Wauchope, 17th April, 15th of May, 19th of June, 17 July in Laurelton, 21 August, 16 October, 13 November, 11 December. Point 2, set the ordinary council meetings to commence at 3 p.m. on the dates as listed in one above. That should be 10 a.m. I'm just going to adjust that to 10 a.m. Did we get that? Yep. Item 3, conduct a public forum in Wauchope on 20th of March 2024 and a public forum in Laurelton 17 July 2024 from 2 p.m. to 2:45. That should be 9 a.m. to 9:45, preceding the ordinary council meeting. Note that all public forums, with the exception of March 24 and July 24, be conducted at 5 p.m. the Monday prior to each ordinary council meeting. Make all efforts to live stream council meetings held at remote sites, noting possible limitations affecting ability to live stream, including venue facilities, geographic location and unexpected technical issues. Note, number 6, that the live stream of council meetings at remote sites be funded from the existing council meeting cost budget, and we've removed 7. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have someone to second that? Councillor Slade, thank you. All right, you wish to speak to this briefly or not at all? Reserve your right.
I'll reserve, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Edwards because I know she has an amendment that she wants to put up. Is that correct?
I do, Madam Mayor, but I'd just like to ask one question, I suppose, to Councillor Roberts. Is there, bearing in mind that we haven't had conversations with councillors prior to the meeting today, is there a reason to move to Wednesday specifically, and who does it suit?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I outlined just before that middle of the week gives us more time to encourage people to speak in the public forum the following week. They've got more time to take into account an agenda, and also us as councillors, quite a number of us do work as well, and evenings, whilst they're normally available, there's a lot of people, including staff, that work particularly early that particular day if they've got two jobs, which most of us do, and setting a meeting later in the afternoon, and as we're seeing, we're about halfway through the agenda and it's 6 p.m. So as the meetings drag on, you become less coherent, and I don't think that's the best environment to set meeting times for. And I've said that before, probably 2 years ago when we had this conversation to start with. We did try other days and times, not suitable for everybody, but I think in all fairness, there's a number of people that I think would support this one.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, if you'd like to move your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've provided this in the first instance. The bulk of it will be exactly the same without the 0.7 as Councillor Roberts was on. And essentially the change is just that we remain meeting on Thursday, but still at the same times, just to give ourselves that little bit of extra time, because it is shortening quite a lot to be a day before and hours before as well.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask for a seconder, please? Councillor Lupovac, thank you. Okay.
That's literally simply all I wanted to say on the matter, is that I feel like going to Wednesday and at 10 a.m. is losing quite a lot of hours, and for a councillor who has to do other work, that is quite an impact.
Thank you. Councillor Lupovac, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the same reasons, for one of the councillors here that does work 9 to 5 full-time, Thursdays remain that day would certainly be of assistance to me for preparation rather than Wednesday morning once we get the papers. And owing to the fact there was absolutely no consultation with myself in relation to this or other councillors, I certainly support this particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this?
Yes, I mean, I would have preferred the previous situation, obviously, but at 10 a.m. on Thursday, I feel would be far more workable. It would also bring it in line with our current briefings times. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Just a question for you, Councillor Roberts. Based on some of the feedback that is happening, are you prepared to take in the Thursday at 10 a.m. as opposed to the Wednesday? Are you set on Wednesday? I mean,
I think I just made a case for Wednesday, but if you want me to unwind that,
no,
I'm happy to do that.
I don't want you to do anything. I'm
No.
just asking you
I think
a question.
The reality is I'd much prefer, comments to be fair. I think with all due respect, there wasn't a lot of consultation on last month's motion, but this one's been in the agenda for a week. But at the end of the day, if it makes people more comfortable have Thursday, I'm happy to move it to Thursday. I think the operative point there was having it early in the day to give us, I guess, a best chance of making decisions at a good time of day, but also allowing our staff to have an evening as well, because I know a lot of resources go into these meetings, and again, 6 p.m. and we're probably halfway through. So I'm happy to move it to Thursdays. That's not an issue, and I'm happy to make that adjustment now.
Okay. What about you, Councillor Slade?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm happy with Thursday. I would have preferred Wednesday, like most business people. I'm sure they can test that the later in the week it gets, the busier it gets. But the main point for me was definitely the time of day. I've stated previously that it impacted 2 days. It impacted the next day. When it was on a Thursday night, definitely impacts my Friday. So, but happy with the Thursday and at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I might foreshadow as well, just understanding that we saw the amendments submitted and that there is an alternative option. If the priority were to try and get those papers to community members earlier, I understand the comments about the evening being less preferable, but I would also be willing to support Wednesday at 3 p.m. And so just flagging that there are multiple options here that could be workable for more people. So I just wanted to put that on the table for your consideration also.
Thank you. It was merely a question to councillors. It was just a question to you. You can remain where you are or you can take it in. So it's up to you as the mover. Councillor Roberts?
Yeah, thank you. To know that there's some support for Thursday 10 a.m, I'm happy to go with that. Just on a procedural matter, are we still on Councillor Edwards' amendment or my motion?
Well, if you're happy to take in her suggestion, we can move things forward.
Withdraw my
Thank you.
amendment.
Yes, and so you're happy, the seconder's happy. Okay, so we'll make that change to...
We do have a list of meetings, sorry, Madam Mayor, we do have a list of meeting dates there that are specified, which will change.
Yes, by a day. So if we can just address those. So it'll be the... It'll be the 22nd of February. There we are.
It's different.
They're different.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll just wait while they happen.
That definitely is not going to move.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I believe that Councillor Edwards' motion included the correct dates, which...
Are we good? Dates are right? Can we just review them, everybody, so we're all on the same page of the dates? Fantastic. Okay, any further discussion on this? We're at a motion.
I want to speak to
Yes.
this, please.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So, thank you. To follow on, firstly, from what Councillor Roberts just said a moment ago about the change at the last council meeting was without consultation. I'd like to remind everybody that there was no change of date or time at that time. So therefore, the point is moot. Secondly, I would like to thank the administration of the organisation. Yes, indeed, we do provide the business papers earlier now to the community, so therefore that's we're doing over and above what's required. That's great. And last but not least, that the change of times arose from when we had the public forum immediately before the council meeting. That was why the meetings were going long, and I don't think any of us actually want to be here for a longer meeting. And so they're the 3 points I would like to make there. Thank you.
Thank you. Right of reply? No. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. It's unanimous. I'll declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 11.01, draft Langdrigan and Andrews Park Master Plan. Councillor Roberts,
Getting a workout today, Madam Mayor.
you are.
1101, draft Landrigan and Andrews Parks Master Plan. I have an alternate motion that I have in front of me, which is now on the screen. It's largely the staff recommendation that Council place the draft Landrigan and Andrews Park Master Plan on a public exhibition for a period of not less than 28 days. Item 2, which is my addition here, identify the northern car park areas and warm-up zone as requiring further consideration pending a review of the benefit of providing a road connection between the Oxley Highway and Cameron Street to support traffic movement through Wauchope CBD, planned for 25-26 as part of an LGA-wide traffic modelling review. And 3, note that a further report be tabled at a future meeting of council detailing the submissions received from the public during the exhibition period.
Thank you, and I'm happy to second, but I want tabled a letter that I've received late today from the Honourable Dr David Gillespie MP, who's the federal member for Lyne, that looks after the Wauchope area, and Mr Michael Kemp MP, the state member for Oxley. And the letter is congratulating council on progressing further upgrades to Langdrigan and Andrews Park through the development of master plan, identifying several new facilities that have been raised with us by members of our community. They also support Wauchope inner bypass modelling, so I'd like to table that. And I'm happy to second if you would like to note this correspondence.
Absolutely. If we could add a point 4 to the motion, please. Note the tabled correspondence regarding the Wauchope CBD inner bypass, inner, I-double-N-E-R.
Point of order. Just noting that, in fact, we haven't seen this.
I know.
We can't, as a council.
I know you haven't, and I just received it myself, Councillor Shepherd, prior to coming into the meeting. So that will be made available, a copy to all councillors. What it's doing is it's supporting the master plan and also the proposed road connection between the Oxley Highway and Cameron Street.
I understand, and I didn't mean that as a dispersion on it not being shared with others. I don't think that that's there's anything wrong with having. Excellent, but it's not possible for the elected council to note something we haven't seen.
Okay, and that is a fair comment. So we won't worry about tabling it, and we will send it around to all councillors tomorrow, but I will speak to it. So we'll have that back. Thank you.
If I may.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. So I'd say the staff have removed that item for us already, so that's the motion that I'd like to move. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll speak to it as a seconder. Yes, later today I received this letter from both our representatives, both federal and state, in regards to the development of the master plan and the identification of several new facilities, which have been raised with both the federal member and the state member with their community as well. So basically, what this letter will demonstrate when councillors receive it is that the federal member and the state member and council look to be moving hand in glove in the same direction. And I spoke about that right at the start of this meeting, that the only way we're going to succeed as a region is if everybody is working together, not in their own best interests, but in the interests of the broader community. So this letter actually shows their support, and yeah, I'll make sure that that gets sent out to you by my EA first thing tomorrow. Thank you. Councillor Slade.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be speaking in support. I think this is fantastic. One of the main features I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to is the crossings, in this case, the two crossings along Cameron Street. This has been a big concern of a lot of, in particular, parents with kids coming from the primary and the high school, coming through town, having to cross Cameron Street, which is obviously a busy street. I know there's a lot of comfort that we found in this from parents knowing that they're going to cross at a crossing. The second crossing is actually towards the stadium end, and speaking with several teachers from the Catholic school and understanding that they use Andrews Park at minimum twice a day. So to have the ability to use this is certainly something they support. So yeah, it looks fantastic. I was lucky enough to be able to attend the master plan meeting. The staff did a fantastic job. It's one of the best meetings that I've been to while on council. Very well run. They did a great job at extracting the information from all the committees, and obviously this is the outcome which is beneficial to that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you to staff. Could someone please confirm that we have identified the northern car park as requiring further consideration? The staff that PMHC staff have.
Through you, Madam CEO, I might need a little bit of clarification on the question.
Apologies, Director Watkins. Just that it says identify the northern car park areas as requiring further consideration. Just wonder if we already have that on our radar.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess as part of that traffic modelling work to occur, as alluded to in that point 2, once that is undertaken, that would, I guess, provide some certainty around any need for a connection between the Oxley Highway and Cameron Street. So until that work occurs, I guess progression in terms of any development of that area would need to be on hold as such.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I was specifically referring to the car park. That's all. I just thought, is that on our radar?
In terms of the construction of the car park? Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, the car park is identified within the plans at the moment. The location of that car park would potentially conflict with any connection between the Oxley Highway and Cameron Street, which is why it's, I guess, highlighted there for further consideration pending that review work to be undertaken.
Thank you. Now I understand how it relates.
Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment being the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Littleback, thank you.
Thank you. So the reason I'm moving the staff recommendation, I think, like Councillor Slade referred to, the work that's been done in concert between staff and communities produced an excellent draft. I'm sure once it's out on exhibition, we have other people come out of the woodwork to be able to contribute more as well. But I think with the nature of the consultation that has been undertaken already, that's simply going to add more value and tweaks rather than anything significant. So well done to staff on that. The reason that I've excluded, I've gone back to the staff recommendation and excluded the clause in relation to what amounts towards moving towards the bypass is that, in my view, that's a completely unrelated issue. I know that we're speaking about a related zone, but it's one that has been looked at on multiple occasions previously by council. We've had discussions with Transport for New South Wales around that. I've personally expressed my strong view in favour of wanting a bypass previously, but having looked at the information that come back to us, gone, oh, okay then, and understood perhaps that's just not the path forward in order to deliver for the Wauchope community in particular. But my key concern here is about process. So last month I declined to support, you'll remember I declined to support a clause in relation to a land bridge, something that I support very strongly, but I did so on the basis that I didn't feel it was appropriate process to bring it at that meeting, and I didn't feel there was sufficient information available to our community. And there were certainly community members disappointed at me for prioritising process in that element. And I have to do the same here, where we have what I consider quite a relatively unrelated issue brought without any information that would allow councillors to properly engage with the matter and make an informed decision for our community. So I ask my colleagues to support my amendment and consider bringing that clause 2 to a future meeting with information for councillors to be able to make an informed and considered decision.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Just speak against this one. No surprise. So the reason why I've put 2 in there is because the identification of that particular potential bypass has gone to community on a number of occasions, and there is a widespread view from people in the community, particularly in Wauchope, that that's still an active conversation. So if we're talking about process, by simply deleting it through a draft plan, I think that would raise more concerns. It would raise more questions than answers, because we already have gone through a process of we've engaged with our community, we've got their feedback, and this was actually raised by a member of the community saying, hang on, where's the road corridor? And I think the traffic congestion in that particular area has accelerated in particular over the last couple of years, and since having community feedback on the issue previously. So putting it back in there as having it as part of the discussion piece for this plan, I think you'll find that there'll be some feedback specifically, and we have noted the federal member for Lyne and also the state member for Oxley have jumped on this straight away, saying, hang on, we support a road corridor in writing. And I know councillors haven't seen that, but that's obviously the message that they're sending, as per what you were saying earlier, Madam Mayor. So we've got eyes on this one, and I think the best process would be to make sure that we don't delete something without public consultation. I don't recall, could be wrong, I don't recall a conversation with Wauchope residents or our community more broadly to delete that road corridor discussion. So from mine, that's why I put it in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, question through you, Madam Mayor, to staff. Bearing in mind we haven't seen the letter that's going to be circulated, but we're told the federal member for Lyne and member for Oxley, state member for Oxley, provided. But I just, in terms of the support to staff, the question is what does that mean for PMHC that they support a new road in
Through you, Madam CEO, I think in the context of this discussion, I think the aim of their letter is about preservation of that corridor within the area of this plan. I think would be the intent of their letter.
Okay. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking in support of this amendment, I think you've mentioned a few times before, Madam Mayor, during meetings that you're quite a visual person. You like to see things before you make a decision on items that come to us. Particularly this point 2, for me, I can imagine what the corridor would look like, and forgive my ignorance, I didn't realise there was previous conversations about this in the Wauchope community, but I need to see a plan or something that would clearly identify or indicate exactly what is being suggested here, and because I don't have that, I can't, I can certainly support the amendment, but I can't support the original motion there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
Oh, thank you. I support this for similar reasons, and I think it's, while it's all very well and good for the Honourable David Gillespie to come forward with an opinion, we've had intense consultation with the community and transport, but more particularly railway. They did not want that road used unless and until they could get a road overpass, because they're concerned about the backup of traffic. So I think this is way too early to put on the agenda as a positive thing. Certainly there should be consideration of it. Certainly we shouldn't get rid of that block of land because it will have future implications. But for Mr Gillespie to suggest that he can say yes and therefore it's okay, we've got lots of traffic issues to deal with. So I'll finish with a question to the CEO and probably Director Fish. Is this on our radar? Are we going to look at it anyway? What's the status? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO. I guess, as alluded to in the point 2 that was in the original motion that was moved, we are undertaking proposing to review our LGA-wide traffic modelling in 25-26, and as part of that, we would be considering, I guess, the Wauchope area broadly around, obviously, traffic flow, etc., through that area. And review, obviously, the past work that was undertaken with respects to alternate routes through Wauchope as part of that work.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Use the casting vote. The amendment's lost. We'll move back to the motion. Any further discussion on this, councillors?
Yes, Madam Mayor, speaking against, based on hearing that we are going to undertake a process of a traffic modelling review 25-26 as part of the ITP. That's an appropriate process. I don't think that, considering as well that the previous study from 2018 showed that it was not of great benefit, I don't think we should be jumping the gun and suggesting any particular thing in advance of having the proper comprehensive traffic modelling to guide us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edwards. I'm going to speak in support of it because gazetting a section of road for the future is strategic, and that's what we do here as councillors into the future. A new council will ultimately be the one to make the decision on this moving forward, and so the cornerstone laying for me is having these discussions about having a gazette at the end of the day, a gazetted road to alleviate traffic congestion coming into what is the second biggest township in our LGA. Councillor Maltman. Oh, sorry. No, I will go to Councillor Shepherd. She did have a light on. I apologise. Thanks. Can you just take your light off, Councillor Maltman?
I was going to... The comments that you've just made really make it very concerning for me and really highlight for me the importance of not bringing relatively unrelated matters and big matters that require information and consideration and popping them into an item like this. I very much see the importance of getting through clause 1 and 3. There's a lot of work being done. It needs to be progressed. And I was going to accept just my name being against clause 2 as well. But when I hear that that's the direction that we're headed in, without due process, it's very hard. So if I do in fact vote in support of this, it will be in support of clause 1 and 3 and noting the importance of that. But I certainly don't want it to be viewed that process-wise. I would support clause 2 or amendments like this in the future, should they come before us, regardless of who puts it forward.
Thank you. I'll just take the opportunity to clarify that may be concerning for you, but future-proofing a township as big as Wauchope after enormous consultation and enormous support for this over many years. This has been spoken about in all the years I've been here, and I'm sure Councillor Interman can attest that this conversation's been going around for a very long period of time. The community has not waned from wanting to see this happen. So I'm clarifying that. It's not for conversation. I'm just clarifying what it was.
I would simply like a request to clarify the misrepresentation that I'm not interested in future-proofing for our community. Wauchope.
Thank you. Councillor Maltman.
I concur with you, Madam Mayor, that this should be...
Sorry, Councillor Interman, can you just take your light off? Thank you.
This item should definitely be the way it is, primarily because it provides greater transparency to the community as into what's actually going on. So this is nothing new, this inclusion. In fact, back in 2006, when I was a bank manager at the NAB in Wauchope for some time. I was a delegate on the Wauchope Chamber about 2006, 2007. At that time, this was very much included, very much seen to be an inclusion, very much understood by the community of occurring. So this is absolutely nothing new, and it should definitely be for transparency included in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right of reply?
Excuse me?
Councillor Inchman?
Thank you. Speak against the motion. I'll probably vote for it, but I speak against it. I absolutely don't agree that we should have ad hoc decisions made like this. I know that this has been in a long-term plan. We've got it on the agenda. We're going to consider it internally. I can only stress, and again, how much opposition there was from Transport New South Wales and Railways about that. They need a lot of... it's all very well for the community to think this is a great thing that's still on the agenda. It's not on the agenda, and not because of council. It's not on the agenda because of government departments. And how ironic, thinking of it, how ironic that the federal member is supporting this and has taken away money for the Oxley Highway and Wrights Road. Let us not be driven by, again, ad hoc letters and people's opinion. We've got to actually do these things in a consistent, solid, process-driven manner. And I just find it quite disturbing that councillors feel that they can bring these kind of decisions to council without any backup information, almost like you're holding community opinion over our head because you've put something forward and therefore we've got to support it. Otherwise, we're seen as not supporting it, when in fact we're following proper process. It's very annoying and troublesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Inchman. Right of reply, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to clarify a comment just made. The federal member did not take money away from anything that I can understand. I think that might have just been a misspeak on that one. What I would say is that this is very much related to this plan, because if we send a plan out that doesn't identify that there's a potential road corridor, whether it's now, in the future or never, we're not sending the full information package out. So I don't agree that this is an unrelated matter. I think we are suggesting here that the community has all the information to consider, and if people want to make a comment publicly or through letters to suggest that they don't want to bypass, well, they've got an opportunity to do that. But simply not mentioning it, I think, again, will raise more questions than answers, but absolutely support the notion of future-proofing options for us to help alleviate some of the traffic congestion that we have in that area in particular. So on that basis, I think some of the comments are unhelpful. However, when all this information goes out, there's an opportunity for community to comment on every aspect of what we've just talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman, Slade, Lipovac, Shepherd. Those against? I'm going to take it again. All those in favour of the motion, myself, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Maltman, Councillor Slade, Lipovac, Shepherd and Edwards, and you, Councillor Inchman. Unanimous, thank you, I'll declare that carried. All right, we'll move now on to item number 11.02, rescue tubes for Port Macquarie Hastings Beaches. Councillor Maltman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this item that's before Council today. In September, I sought to improve a motion before Council.
Just a moment. Can I have you read your...
Oh, gee whiz, I'm getting a bit carried away.
I know, you've been quite quiet and you're ready to go, but we need a seconder as well. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Shepherd. All right. I'm happy to withdraw. I'll withdraw. Okay, Councillor Lipovac.
Rescue tubes for Port Macquarie Hastings Beaches. That Council note the outcome of the assessment of the merits and costs associated with implementation of rescue tubes at Port Macquarie Hastings Beaches. Commit to... is this the old motion? Commit to the trial Shelley Beach, Port Macquarie, with rescue tubes to be positioned at north end Shelley Beach, Port Macquarie, south end Shelley Beach, Port Macquarie, and 3, investigate opportunities for local community groups to assist with fundraising costs associated with this trial and possible future implementation. I wholeheartedly support this item. In September, I sought to improve a motion before Council. Why? Because saving lives of our locals and our visitors at our beaches is crucial. Collaborating with a former colleague and Coffs Harbour City Councillor, this amendment aimed at achieving measurable outcomes, and today this motion before us is that result of that amendment and the great work by council staff. Firstly, I'd like to draw your attention to the assessment of merits and costs associated with the implementation of the rescue tubes. The proposal suggests a trial period for rescue tubes at Shelley Beach, Port Macquarie. Strategically positioned at both the north and south ends, this practical approach allows us to assess effectiveness in real-life scenarios. Shelley Beach, in my recent visit, seems to be an ideal trial location, providing insights into feasibility and impact of the rescue tubes. I applaud investigating opportunities for local community groups to assist with this project. This collaborative approach fosters community engagement, empowers residents to contribute actively to safety measures, and will demonstrate the achievements we can all do together. In conclusion, the proposal to implement rescue tubes at Shelley Beach aligns with our collective responsibility for the safety and well-being of our community and its visitors. By noting the outcomes of the assessment, committing to the trial and exploring community involvement, we send a powerful message. We prioritise safety, we value our community, and we are proactive in ensuring that our beaches remain a haven for enjoyment, relaxation and, above all, safety. I urge my fellow councillors to vote in favour of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mortman. Councillor Lipovac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, quick thank you to Madam CEO and also Director Watkins, who have obviously gone forward and implemented a starting point for something that I brought to Council a few months ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Thank you,
Yes,
Councillor Inderman.
would like to support it, and thank you to Councillor Lipovac for bringing it to the council originally.
Thank you. Councillor Inderman, while there's things going on, thank you, Councillor Mortman, for your presentation just then and for suggesting that the safety of our community should be prioritised. What cost do you put a life if one rescue tube saves one person? It's money well spent. For that reason, I'll wholeheartedly support this. Any other discussion? Right of reply? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Declare it carried. Thank you. 11:03. I'm going to move that Council 1 note the information provided in this report, and 2, request the Chief Executive Officer to advise the community and stakeholders of Council's decision to retire the following playgrounds at the end of their useful lives via communication through Council's website, media release and written correspondence to affected Chambers of Commerce, Progress Association and CCATS of A, Norrie Reserve Playground Kendall, B, Bunny's Corner Playground North Haven and C, Rocks Ferry Reserve Playground Warhope. Someone to second. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Very briefly, the reason why I've added a point 2 is that when these playgrounds do end their useful lives and are relocated, they're not made, we're not getting rid of them and not replacing them elsewhere, that we have communicated, Madam CEO, through you and your staff, we've communicated with our affected community to advise them of this, and when the time comes we can remind them that we actually did do that. It's a shame, but these 3 playgrounds are in flood affected areas, and the cost, especially at Rocks Ferry Reserve Playground, of having to rehabilitate after the flooding on numerous occasions that we've had there is, it's a burden to our ratepayers to have to keep replacing and repairing. So thank you, Councillor Roberts. If there's anything you want to add to that, any other councillors?
I would just like to note what I believe is, somebody might tell me differently, what I believe is a heroic piece of playground equipment at Rocks Ferry, which survives and survived the floods, and I really hope that it's going to be given an extended life and keep it there for as long as it can, because it's just defied physics, I think, and hydraulics. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Right of reply. As heroic as it is, I believe that there is plans to relocate it. Director Watkins, is that correct?
Through Madam CEO, the plans are at the end of the useful life.
Yeah,
so
at the end of its useful life.
as long as it lasts, it can stay.
Yes. And I'm sure it's useful, even after its useful life, to the many children and even probably some of the grown-ups that use it too. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you. At this stage, Councillor Edwards is going to leave because of her disclosure of interest. We'll just wait until she moves out of the room. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to second it. Any conversation? I don't think we need it. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? With the exception of Councillor Edwards, I see none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 1106, notice of motion by you, Councillor Roberts, I think, for the graffiti resource.
Thank you. I was just catching up. Happy to move item 1106.
Thank you.
That council requests the CEO give consideration to the inclusion of resources in the draft 2024-25 operational plan and budget for graffiti removal from council-owned and managed assets and infrastructure, including an additional full-time equivalent staff, resource and vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that if you'd like to speak to it.
I would like to speak to it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have done, as a council, but also a broader community, quite some work on addressing the problematic graffiti in and around our LGA. I commend all involved for their contribution and commitment to helping eradicate this nuisance from our landscape. Of particular note, the laneway in the Wauchope CBD, which a number of community members, including the Chamber, but also our local artists, have helped remedy. A lot of contributors to that particular project. That should be fully commended. However, with this one in particular, I think we can go a step further and cement our position as wanting to address this issue longer term for the many social benefits as well as the visual amenity. So when it comes to resourcing, I guess the eradication of graffiti, I think there's many partners that could contribute, but there needs to be something stable that people can rely on to keep the process going. And I think that's why I'm asking for a consideration of inclusion, and that would obviously have to go out for public consultation to get feedback as well. So I'm asking for it to be included in that operational plan and budget for the next budget to go out next year. So giving plenty of people plenty of notice to provide feedback on that one in particular. I think longer term it would be of great benefit to us if we were to spend money on removing graffiti from our assets. We could pay well in excess of a staff resource and vehicle by hiring contractors to do so. So I think there could be some efficiency gains in holding the resource ourselves, but also note that there's a very good resource in a neighbouring council, Mr. Ted Bickford, I think his name is, but the benefits of having a permanent resource means that you can jump on top of graffiti, and as we know, anecdotally at least, that the quicker you can remove it, the less interested people are to come back time and time again to put it back up. So prevention is better than cure, and I think for at least a number of years, I think there's definitely enough room for us to have a resource that's dedicated to keeping up the fight against this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Interman.
I'll speak on this. I absolutely agree with the notion of getting on top of graffiti, but I do not support a full-time staff member with a vehicle to do just this job. It ends up being a silo mentality, what do they call it, growing your own empire. And also there's the other side of it, which is what is the cause of graffiti going up? Where is the youth worker that council has? Where is the assistance to the community in terms of preventing these things? Yes, we need to spend some time on graffiti, but absolutely not a full-time dedicated worker to just that notion, because I believe that we will not get efficiency out of it. I thought that we had some quite good networking and assistance from other parties regarding graffiti. We should be trying to leverage those more, and also make sure that whoever is whoever is associated, no, I'm not going to say if this is comes through. I really hope that we do not get a full-time graffiti officer. We have way other things to deal with. But should we consider even a part-time graffiti officer, we need to also think about youth services and what's needed in order to prevent graffiti from going up in the first place by assisting kids to have more sense of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak to it as the seconder of the notice of motion. Firstly, thank you for bringing it for consideration, Councillor Roberts. It's a well-known fact that during COVID, graffiti just went off the charts in our local government area. It was over everything, and it was that bad that the amount of complaints that came through the Office of Mayor was substantial. I'd never seen so much complaint in relation to graffiti in that time. And, you know, the work that has happened when we were starting to come out of COVID and people were starting to feel a little bit more confident to volunteer their time. We've got just a very small component of volunteers that is going around and addressing graffiti in the area. But graffiti is a social problem. It's a problem that is always there. It doesn't just appear and then it goes away and we don't see it. This is a constant problem and requires constant attention by us. When we address graffiti very quickly, you know, we're demonstrating to our community that we have a sense of pride in our environment and the way our town looks. It tells our visitors, you know, we're a safe place to be, because people associate graffiti with crime, whether that's right or wrong. And, you know, I have to commend you, Madam CEO, and Director Watkins, the work that the staff is doing in addressing graffiti. We've had notice of motion brought up about, you know, talking about graffiti and offering rewards and all the rest of it. So we really have had a graffiti focus. This isn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Obviously, it's been thought about it. And it sends a message to our community too that, you know, we care about our place and space, and that's what community cares about, their place and their space. So thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. Look, I too would like to commend the work of staff in this area, but I speak against for two key reasons. The first one is what I consider just very anti-democratic process. So a functioning democracy requires the elected representatives to be provided with information in order to base their decisions. Unfortunately, a theme that we see throughout the agenda of this meeting are notice of motions which provide absolutely no information whatsoever. That prevents our community from understanding what's going on and being able to make informed remarks about it, but it also prevents the elected representatives from duly considering a matter. Secondly then, when I hear the rationale behind this, I honestly think it's absolutely ridiculous that we can be proposing rate freezes, that we can propose streamlining and belt tightening for council, that we can be proposing avoiding cost shifting to ourselves, we can be proposing focusing on core business, and then we're proposing a full-time position for graffiti removal associated with a vehicle as well. I just don't think it's consistent with the direction that we need to be going in order to make sure that we can continue delivering for our community in the long run.
Thank you. Councillor Slade.
Sorry, yeah, I just had a question through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, for you, Madam Mayor, because maybe you'd be best placed to answer. This motion before us, does this mean that the graffiti policy that we do have, and you mentioned the reward just moments ago, that isn't working?
This isn't my motion.
Sorry, I'm asking your opinion. Is the policy we have working? Or?
Let me give that some consideration. I'll come back to you on that one. Thank you. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was speaking in support and I applaud Councillor Roberts' motion for bringing this to the table. Tim Preston from the Crime Prevention Unit in Port Macquarie stated at a meeting that was held that the biggest deterrent for graffiti is when it is removed immediately And what Councillor Roberts' motion looks to do is give council the tools and resources to take action along these lines and deal with the continuing problem that we have. Myself, along with members of the Wauchope Chamber, Wauchope Rotary Club, caught up with Ted Bickford, who actually come to town, who runs the graffiti busting program in the Foster region. We saw how the council vehicle is set up and why it is so effective in tackling the graffiti problem, which, while basic, is very impressive. The work that he's doing helps restore the pride back into the community, and I believe this is something that we should be looking into. It also seems apparent that once we were able to deal with the problem and get in front of it, it becomes a lot easier to maintain. As Councillor Roberts did point out, that we currently pay contractors to do this, so it's not a direct spend. This, I think, full-time may be justified in the case that we do need to get in front of it and then potentially down the track be able to pull back. But for that reason, I support this motion.
Thank you. Right of reply? No, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts. Against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd and Edwards. The motion has been carried. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 13.02, PP 2022-2.1 Planning Proposal Assessment Report -1175-1191 Ocean Drive, Bonny Hills. I'm happy to move this. Seconded by Councillor Maltman. Thank you. I'm just going to say very briefly, thank you for your patience out there, Tony Thorne, who has been with us for hours enjoying Christmas cake, no doubt. You know, this proposal going to Gateway, I'm 100% supportive of it. This is a exciting educational development. I've known about it for some time. An A-class educator, and I think that to have a high school of that calibre in the southern region of our beautiful LGA is just fabulous, and I wish all success during the Gateway process, and congratulations to you all, everyone that's involved in it. Thank you. Councillor.
I concur, Madam Mayor, you've said it all.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking in support of this item, noting that we've had some presentation on this before, and then we've been through this process of waiting to get ready for this planning proposal to go in. This item involves the removal and replanting of identified koala food trees. And just because vegetation does not currently meet the criteria to be classified as core koala habitat, doesn't mean that it's not a vital source of food, shelter and landscape connectivity for koalas. So unless and until we prioritise identification, protection and delivery of increasingly safer options for landscape connectivity with koalas, our koalas will continue to face death by 1,000 cuts. So I appreciate that in this case the proponent and their representative sought to minimise the need for koala food tree removal through the redesign, and we're expecting to retain approximately 40 of 60 koala food trees. And the final planning proposal now acknowledges that 23 koala food trees will be removed and 46 new plantings will occur. So I just hope that other planning proposals will follow this approach actually and reduce impact through design where possible. We really must continue to do more of this kind of planning proposal where some rezoning of C2 takes place, designs minimise the negative impacts on existing mature vegetation, and particularly koala food trees, so that we can realise the enhancement of wildlife corridors in proximity to and as a result of development.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm not going to use the right of reply. I think I've said it all. And I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? It's unanimous. I'll declare it carried. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you, Mr Thorne. Item number 13.07, request to refund development-related fees for the Port Macquarie Women's Shed. Someone to move? Moved by Councillor Maltman. Thank you. Someone to second? Councillor Roberts. Thank you. Okay. Any discussion on this? No? I'm just going to say women's sheds. I'm going to speak to this briefly. I'm supporting this. Women's sheds. We've got lots of men's sheds, and it's great to have women's sheds too, because as women, we want to be away from our men sometimes, and we need to go to each other's sheds. So, you know, we need to support women and their sheds where we can. As you can see, I do love a shed. I do have a little she shed at home. I have my own shed. So, yeah, very supportive of this. So we'll put the motion to the vote then if there's no other conversation. All those in favour? I'll declare that carried. Awesome. We move on to item number 13.08. Councillor Maltman, thank you.
Do you want me to read the motion?
Oh, well, you had your hand in the
No.
air, so I hope you will.
Might as well give it a crack.
Okay.
Where is it?
If you want to move it.
Yeah. I was going to read it. The recommendation that Council note the progress of the natural resource management project initiatives within the Lake Caddo, Lake Innes and Caddo Creek waterways and progress on the coastal management program.
Thank you. I'll just get someone to second. Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Council for continuing to deliver this work for our community and update this and sending this update on a monthly basis. It's unfortunate, though, as a part of this motion, that we were all expecting a report, a hydrodynamic modelling report from Royal Haskoning, so it's very disappointing. That was supposed to come to this meeting, so it's very disappointing that that hasn't been made available. In reference to our CMP, as of November 2023, only 10 certified coastal management plans have been identified in New South Wales. At the New South Wales Coastal Conference, councils were strongly urged to streamline the delivery of their CMPs to ensure timely access to funding. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shepherd, do you wish to speak to it? Sorry, I didn't hear. You don't? Okay, thank you. All right. Any discussion on this? I hear none. Right of reply, Councillor Maltman? No. Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I'll declare it unanimously carried with Councillor Slade's hand in the air as he came back into the room. Moving on now, I shall move item 13.09, sale of council-owned land Kangaroo Park North Shore. That Council 1 defer consideration of the sale or otherwise of 8 residential allotments, being 4 to 10 Marlin Place and 4 to 10 Dolphin Court. There are some numbers involved in that. I'm not going to read them out. North Shore. 2, request the Chief Executive Officer provide a council briefing in March 2024 to identify options for the appropriate management of flood constraints that may impact development on the allotments listed in item 1 above. Someone to second. Councillor Roberts, thank you. I just make this amendment because, we do have a housing crisis. We've spoken about this and people love living on the North Shore, even with the constraints of the ferry and some flooding and a few other things, but people love to live there. It's like a little bit of an island over there and it's quite beautiful, beautiful beaches as well. And there's 8 lots there and we need to have a discussion about, a possible sale of those 8 lots and how any flood constraints may be managed. We'll rely on staff to come back to us about that and then we can make a future decision about the future of those 8 lots. So I think let's just defer it and get some information and have a broader discussion on it. Councillor Interman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to highlight something that I brought up in the pre-council questions. On page 161 on the agenda, it says that at the time in 2018, staff advice to council did not support the sale as the land was severely flood prone. There was also a perceived conflict of interest in council as landowner selling the land whilst in its role as consent authority, assessing any subsequent development applications. In fact, council made a decision based on a staff report supporting this process. And I just feel that perhaps someone has just plucked it out of their memory, but this suggests that council had gone against staff advice at the time not true. Council had, in fact, taken advice from Council in a direct staff report. I just wanted to make that clear, and I really hope that we don't see anything like those kind of untrue comments in our reports. We need to be able to trust the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Inderman. Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment being the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have an amendment being the staff recommendation. Someone to second. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Look, my preference is the staff recommendation based on the information provided in the report, and I'm happy to leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, same. Any other discussion?
Sorry, what is the difference?
The staff
recommendation. So what's the difference on yours?
Mine is to defer and to get a briefing from the staff into how we might manage the constraints of flooding on the land.
Right. And this one is to
and the future options.
Future options.
No. Mine.
Yes.
I move to get a briefing and how we can identify options for the appropriate management of flood constraints that may impact future development, or it doesn't say future, but impact development on the allotments listed in item 1 above. So I'm deferring. This staff recommendation is to not proceed with sale. Thank you. Okay. Any?
So we're on the amendment at the moment?
We're on the amendment, and Councillor Lipovac is trying to say something, so I'm going to allow him to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Watkins. In relation to discussions we've had this week, can you confirm that Council is of the opinion that there are some risks associated with building at this particular site?
Through you, Madam CEO, that's the staff view. It's not necessarily Council's view. And so the staff had advised previously, internally, that there were some risks. So the risks were it would be a very challenging development application process, and potentially if Council's selling the land and then the consent authority for the development on the land and potentially Council staff recommended refusal, there may be some risk.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Right, okay. So we have the amendment. I'm going to speak against it because if I was in favour of the staff recommendation, I wouldn't have moved this motion. I am going to expect that we are going to get some advice in regards to risk, and we're going to get some factual advice and evidence as to how that risk might be mitigated and how Council may be able to work with those constraints for anyone that may wish to build over there. We've got to think about this. There is property over there at the moment that is raised, that people already live in. If it comes back that these lots cannot be built on and the Council absolutely would not approve any building application on those blocks, then it's all over, Red Rover. There's a decision clearly to be made there. And then what happens to those 8 blocks from a Council perspective is another consideration. But I want to get the information, and I want to, be able to make my decision based on, the information on risk, the information on the ability to have a development application approved, and, obviously that then comes with buyer beware, buyer understand what they're buying, if it were to go in that direction. At the moment, I don't know, and given that I was around in 2018 and there was some suggestion by Council staff back then about sale, from my memory as well. I want to continue to investigate that as well. So I'm not supporting the amendment for that reason.
I was also here and so on, and I would like to assure you that there was absolutely a staff recommendation in the Council agenda that spoke to selling these lots and subdividing. So there you go. However, I'm mindful also of the additional information that we've received recently regarding changes of perception in council about how we might manage such risks, and so I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the amendment then to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. If you could just take your light off. Thank you, Councillor Interman. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. I'll use the casting vote. The amendment's lost. We're back to the motion I moved. I've said enough.
I'll just briefly speak to say that I will support this being the only option now. I felt very satisfied by the report, that the staff recommendation was the best way to go, but if councillors need additional information to flesh out the risks that have been outlined to us in order to feel satisfied, then I accept that's the case.
Thank you. I'm not going to use the right of reply, so I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I'll declare that carried. I'll move on to item 1310, Water Main Connection Fees Waiver, Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants Program, Diamond Waters Caravan Park. Someone to move. Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Maltman. Any discussion on this? Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. Item 1312, I'm going to move this. If you can't help your neighbours out, who can you help? It's unfortunate that Kempsey Shire has needed to reach out for an extension, but it is what it is. Do I have someone to second? Councillor Roberts, thank you. Any discussion on this? Councillor Interman.
I have a question, please.
Yes.
I've had some other discussions with Director Watkins regarding the possibility of a policy or a statement by council that we are not in support of receiving waste from outside the area. I understand this is a different situation. I agree, help your neighbours. But nevertheless, as a general rule, and I note that a policy is being developed, could that policy include, perhaps I'm looking at the wrong place, Director Sharp? I've had conversations with Director Watkins about that, what I've just said. And so would it be possible to include that in the policy? Happy to have some further discussions with you offline.
Excuse me, through you, Madam CEO, there's certainly an expectation of having a waste policy presented to Council early in 2024, and we are proposing a briefing of councillors before we bring that to Council, which will have some wording around that. Happy to ring you offline and speak to you about it, Councillor Inderman.
That would be great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. Thank you. We'll move on to 1314, Thrumster Wastewater Treatment Plan Discharge Options section for EIS.
I'd like to move, please, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you. Seconded by Councillor Edwards.
Yes, so look, I really wanted to bring this out of the block. There are a number of items today that actually I wanted to bring out of the block. I'm very briefly going to refer to them. Those items being 1010, Council of Professional Development, just wanted to make a few comments on that. 1012, Strategic Property Investment Policy, a huge piece of work soon to go to exhibition. I'd also wanted to bring out the Integrated Transport Net Plan update. Again, another big piece of work for everyone to keep across. And 1315, the question with notice, grant application, Community Energy Upgrade Fund. So the only one I decided to bring out of the block for the purpose of comments was this one, but I really encourage community members to have a look at those other items. There's a lot that's gone through the block because this is a big meeting, but lots of meaty things that have required a lot of excellent work from staff to get through. In relation to the Thrumster Wastewater Treatment Plant discharge options, this has been a long time in the making. It's included huge analyses from council staff and excellent engagement with various stakeholders. And unfortunately, the direction we wanted to go, or we thought was the best to go, was simply not the best direction. I was pleased to see that with the wetland, actually part of the issue was that there was far more biodiversity value going on there than what we'd previously realised, which made that a less desirable option for the effluent discharge location. So ultimately we have landed on, for the purpose of the environmental impact statement, the discharge to Coolanbung Creek, in order that we can get that moving. I'm not going to go any further into it, but other to encourage our community who are interested in this to have a look, and I think it's evidence of one of these situations where Council's done really excellent work trying to get everything addressed towards this long-term purpose of ensuring that we have the right infrastructure to service our community now and into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Any other discussion? Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, just to briefly say, it's great that we're moving forward with something. It wasn't lightly. There was lots of back and forth and questions and information from staff on how they've landed on this report before us. To note, this is the way forward at this stage. I think there's many councillors that are aware of just how important this critical piece of infrastructure, this project is for our community, for managing all of our growth, infill and greenfield. So, we have to get on with it. The sooner the better. So, congratulate staff on getting to this point so that we can move forward and put something to the EPA.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I hear none. I'll put right of reply, Councillor Shepherd. I'll put the motion to vote. All those in favour? See none against, I'll declare that carried. Thank you. Notice of motion from Councillor Maltman, 13.16, Beach Watch Partnership Program. If you'd like to
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
move that, and I'll get you a seconder.
There you go.
Councillor Edwards, thank you. Okay.
I move the recommendation that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to give consideration to the inclusion of resourcing in the draft 2024-25 operational plan and budget for the implementation of ongoing monitoring of and participation in the Beach Watch Partnership Program in the following Port Macquarie Hastings LGA locations: 1 Town Beach, 2 Flynn's Beach, 3 Lighthouse Beach, 4 Lake Caddo Lagoon, 5 Rainbow Beach Bonny Hills and 6 Grants Beach. In my report to Council this month following attendance at the joint national Coast to Coast New South Wales Coastal Conference, I reported that the Beach Watch grades have been successfully used in Avoca Lagoon by Central Coast Council. Water quality monitoring results along with poor Beach Watch grades became the catalyst for Central Coast Council to engage with the New South Wales Government to undertake further investigation into the processes leading to poor water quality in the estuary. Beach Watch grades being used in this process supports my position for Port Macquarie Hastings Council to implement the Beach Watch Partnership Program in the Port Macquarie Hastings to deliver transparent, factual, regular and reliable water quality information to our community. Councillors, I ask your support as Beach Watch implementation is Council's duty of care to our community and our visitors, and Council's commitment to looking after our own backyard. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, do you wish to say anything?
I made some inquiries and could see that in the past, Port Macquarie Hastings Council has used this partnership program from 2009 to 2011, but it was a bit hard to gauge a little bit more information about the costs. However, this has come before us a couple of times now, and I think it's well worth considering pursuing this. But I'm speaking in support. Of course, I've seconded this, but I just also have one question for Councillor Maltman, just to ask Councillor Maltman if you've thought about this a little bit more as well, considering it in the budget. Which service area would you hope the source of funds would come from, and do you hope or expect this program will be pursued with what funds?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I would be hoping that council staff would direct me to the right fund or direct councillors to the right fund that funding will be coming from for this program.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Right of reply? Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Thank you. I declare it carried. Okay, we have a notice of motion, item 13.17 for vegetation management on coastal headlands by you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to move a motion here that Council requests the CEO give consideration to the inclusion of resources in the draft 2024-25 operational plan and budget to: Number 1, undertake a review of Council's vegetation management standards and practices on Council-owned and managed coastal headlands and lands, including but not limited to Town Beach and Headlands, Oxley Beach, Flynn's Beach, Access Road, Lake Caddo, Aqua Crescent to Jonathan Dixon Reserve, Rainbow Beach Reserve, and North Haven and Camden Head, and to develop a draft program and/or strategy, including costings in accordance with the relevant legislation for the management of vegetation on council and managed coastal headlands and lands to address vegetation management in locations including but not limited to Town Beach and Headlands, Oxley Beach, Flynn's Beach, Access Road, Lake Cat-Eye, Aqua Crescent to Jonathan Dixon Reserve, Rainbow Beach Reserve, North Haven and Camden Head for the establishment and or maintenance of important vistas at these locations.
Thank you. I'm happy to second.
Thank you. I did prepare in advance just a couple of photos which I would ask the staff to slide through when they're ready, but just talking to those in particular, over the last couple of years I have proactively sought feedback from community members. I've requested on a number of occasions through staff that we could have parts of our coastal headlands tidied up a bit more than that was presently available. To be very fair, a number of those requests had been met just through normal practices. That some of those may have been oversights, but the photos that I'm showing here show a great deal of infrastructure in and around some of our coastal headlands, which in my view, may be becoming all but redundant. This picture in particular, you can see the vegetation is now starting to take over a majority of that, what was a number of years ago, open space. You can also see some encroachment of bushlands coming up to footpaths, so clearly there's less to mow, but I think most people would agree it's quite unsightly. What we have in this photo here, which will flick back around, is infrastructure that is all but redundant other than the fact that people can take a rest. But as far as looking at one of our most important vistas or views, it's all but non-existent. This one is at Flynn's Beach. I can't see any economic value or tourism value in that, or even environmental value in that. I have a look. There's probably more cigarette butts than anything in that particular patch. What I'm seeking to achieve here is more consideration of how we manage these headlands and spaces. There is a photograph on Councillor's desk at the moment which goes some way to explaining the current circumstances. My read of the signboard that is located just adjacent to Town Beach Car Park is that these are changing and dynamic landscapes, etc. There's reference to practices which has ceased in regards to Indigenous practices on maintaining headlands. I think the scope for us to re-engage with some of the practices of the past to help deal with some of these issues that we're seeing here. So on this one in particular, it's an information request through doing a review, but also considering putting together a management plan that better deals with maintaining our very valuable open green space. Off the back of quite a number of representations from community members during the week, this is not an attack on Greenies or Landcare or anyone else. This is an absolute attempt to tidy the place up and to make sure that we allocate the right resources to protecting one of our most important assets, which is our amazing coastline. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak briefly as the seconder to this. I'm so glad that you brought these photos. Can we still have them up, please? I'm so glad that you've brought the photos to demonstrate what this is actually all about, because this isn't about clearing for vistas for people's homes for views, which some people think it is. And some people have used the word sinister. There's something sinister going on. There's nothing sinister going on here. It's about, look at that. I mean, what are you going to sit there and look at? You're going to look at a whole heap of Banksias and look at that amazing $1 billion view out there. Look at that. Who wants to go and have fish and chips there? What's to see there? And probably the most embarrassing one of all, which will come up shortly, not that one, but we have a coastal walk. It's on TripAdvisor, and you know what's along the coastal walk but the coast. I mean, when we move to areas like this is it. I mean, really, we're losing half our picnic table. And down in Camden Head, might I say, we did lose our barbecue because, heaven forbid, somebody wanted to have a barbecue because we could set absolute fire to the place because the barbecue was overtaken by vegetation. Crown Lands is there for the enjoyment of all. And we're not saying through this notice of motion, let's clear fell everything and have it go back to the or early 1900s when it was just a clear landscape. What we're saying is let's enjoy nature, but let's be able to see some of what brings people here, which is the most magnificent views from some of the best beaches. I have to tell you, I've travelled to some parts of the world, and there is nothing better than the Australian coastline. And for me, because I choose to live here, I'm biased. I think there is nothing better than the Port Macquarie Hastings region. This is Town Beach, where this seat is, and this is one of our premier beaches. This is where our tourists go. So, you know, I think that we need to think about where we're putting these kind of assets and what kind of views people are expecting when they're using them, picnic tables and bench seats, to reflect, and especially bench seats, not just to take a rest, but maybe to look out over the ocean and reflect about some stuff that's going on in people's lives. The environment is great for our mental health, so let's ensure that we have vistas where people's mental health can be nurtured. Thank you, Councillor Roberts, for bringing it into council. Much appreciated. I'll hand over to other councillors.
I'd like to propose an amendment as has been submitted.
Thank you. We have an amendment.
So I'll start reading that now, if that's okay.
Is this Amendment A?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So that Council 1, defer consideration of this matter pending receipt of further information. That 2, request the Chief Executive Officer provide a councillor briefing in March 2024 to provide further information referenced in item 1 in respect of the following. A, Council's current approach to the management of council-owned and managed coastal headlands and lands, including but not limited to those headlands. B, the current legislative framework and or any constraints that apply to council in its management of council-owned and managed coastal headlands and lands.
Thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Thank you. So, look, again, two issues here. One, the first one being process. So, as we're all aware, I think we've received, maybe 70 emails or so about this item. And I would tend to think it's more than half were urging against the motion that's been brought by Councillor Roberts, but I'll say it's 50-50 for the point of argument. So, for what that tells me in the first instance, and based on the remarks that we're getting from the various views, there's not a clear understanding of what this was meant to achieve. And that was the same for me, having looked for the comments, and then when the comments went there, sending an email asking questions and not having any of them answered. It makes very difficult to engage in a healthy democracy when you're completely prevented from accessing the information that would allow you to consider the merit of an issue. So not only have we as elected representatives been prevented the opportunity to consider the merit of this, but so has the community. And as a result, there is a lot of concerns about sinister intent, that ultimately this comes down to an intent to manage our headlands and coastal lands in a way that is about vistas and putting money value on those vistas. And the big point is, who's that money value for? So my view in the first instance is the process is a problem. On the second instance, no, we don't have all of the information. The information we've already had in workshops previously is to have a really clear understanding that management of the headlands is very complex. There's tenure issues, there's zoning issues, there's all sorts of issues there. So to put forward the motion as it is makes a suggestion to the community that this is going to end up in a particular direction that I think, based on the information we already have, we reasonably know it's not going to end there anyway. So unfortunately, I think we've caused an extreme amount of angst in our community at a time, certainly, when that's not helpful. And I would urge my colleagues to please support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I support this amendment. Thanks for bringing it, Councillor Shepherd. I think that this essentially still has us moving forward in a direction to have work done that Councillor Roberts has instigated, but it is a little bit more, neutral. Let's just be data driven and let's find out all of the, constraints and reasons why we might manage and do manage and would continue, or in the future how we would change management of these locations.
Thank you, Councillor Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also in support of this particular amendment, and I do appreciate the explanation provided by Councillor Roberts in relation to his motion today, because I had perceived, as many other people have over recent days, that we're basically getting the bulldozers out and the chainsaws, and we're going in there and ripping out all the native trees and plants and displacing native animals so someone can have a view. So I appreciate the fact that's been clarified today. I think the devil was in the detail. That particular line for the establishment and or maintenance of important vistas. I guess who determines what is an important vista compared to a regular everyday vista? For those who are unaware, vista is a long, narrow view between a row of trees. The recommendation suggesting we open these narrow views up is what a lot of people were concerned about. So I will not mention a few things I had written down because I was on the defensive, but I will indicate that we have had a significant amount of correspondence on this item. Maybe I stopped counting before you did, Councillor Shepherd, because I had 60 emails and approximately 45 were against Councillor Roberts' motion. So a considerable amount of concerned ratepayers, and I'm happy to be their voice in this chamber. So I wasn't entirely prepared to support what Councillor Roberts had put forward, but I do appreciate the amendment here that is much more comfortable for myself and no doubt many other people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the amendment, and yes, there is considerable, it's kept my EA busy with the amount of correspondence that we've received, because I like to respond to everybody to advise them that I'm aware of their, approach to the office of mayor, and, they're entitled to their opinion and their views. So we have been busily, through my EA Linda, responding to those. What disappoints me about it, though, is that there were only a few out of all of those emails that I've received that actually took the time to actually write from their own heart as to how they actually felt about it. The rest of it was all just cut and paste. And, to me, that's lazy protesting, and to cut and paste something and then just send it off in a mass email. So thank you to those of you that actually, wrote your own feelings down about it. Yes, there's a lot of other people that have been supportive too. That's the balance. But, for people to suggest, sinister stuff when all you want to do is provide an area where people can actually enjoy what they moved here for or what they paid money to come and have a holiday for. This isn't about views for houses. This isn't about money. This isn't about, elitism. It's just about people being able to sit on a park bench or go to a parkland that isn't overtaken by banksias or weeds or high grass, where people can actually enjoy these spaces, because we really live in a beautiful area. I'm not supporting this. I'm 100% supportive behind the notice of motion, and, and obviously I've made it clear. Thank you very much. We are at 7:31. I need to move motion. Someone to second that we extend the time frame. Seconded by Councillor Lipovac. Thank you. All those in favour? It's carried. We need to, sorry, I haven't put a time frame, so we'll extend for another hour. So I move that at the time now being 7:31, that we move for an extended hour in the meeting, and seconded by Councillor Lipovac. I'll take the vote again. All those in favour? Thank you. So we'll continue on. Thank you, Madam CEO. Time flies when you're having fun. So, that's all I've got to say on that. I won't be supporting the amendment. Any other discussion? I'll put the amendment then. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Interman. Those against? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Smaltman and Slade. I'll use the casting vote. The amendment's been lost. I do see, Councillor Shepherd, you have an amendment B.
I'll move a second amendment.
Thank you. If you wish to spell it out.
Is there a seconder?
It's not up on the, it's not up, so for people to see what they're seconding.
Yeah, look, I don't see the need to read this out, other than to ask, there's processes for in capitals there, if we don't mind just putting that in lowercase. Apologies. So the reason, are you happy for me to just briefly explain why I won't read it out?
Yes, and
Yeah.
then we'll get a seconder.
Yep, sure. So really the only change is that instead of this focusing on the provision of vistas or being focused a management that's going to focus on the objective of establishing vistas, the objective is now instead, in this amendment, transparent processes for the management of vegetation of council-owned and council-owned and managed headlands and lands.
Yep, great.
So that's the major difference, is removing the vistas focus and putting that in.
Thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Edwards. Okay, Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, so look, I just take the opportunity to say that it's really quite a big deal for a lot of people to step out of their comfort zone and engage with council at all. And both for those people who wrote in support and wrote against this amendment, there was a lot of copy and pasting, and I think that it's entirely reasonable, especially for people who are taking their first step into any political engagement, that they do a copy and paste and add a few of their own comments. So I'd really like to distance myself from the suggestion that such engagement is lazy, and I hope that you might can reconsider the same. Secondly, the major issue that I think we saw coming back through engagement, and there was a very specific proposal from the Bonnie Hills Progress Association actually, that we do exactly this, which is remove the focus of this management strategy or program, whatever it is, purely on vistas, and instead simply look at the bigger picture. So vistas or views are one of the many factors that are simply required to be considered when any of these sorts of management strategies are developed. Personally, I don't think we should be going down this direction at all without having more information. But if we are going to go down this direction, make sure that we're not narrowing the scope to a particular objective, which is clearly extremely contentious, when that will ultimately be included in any strategy or program in any case.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards. I'm not supporting this amendment for the reasons of before, and yes, I do think copying and pasting is lazy. I stand by what I've said because that's what I meant, and I feel that how would all of the people know if there wasn't a concerted effort of them actually banding together to send the copy and paste? So it is what it is as far as I'm concerned. Processes. Yes, processes. Are the processes being followed on the areas that we manage of Crown lands? There's the question there that I'd like to see the answer to. Are they being managed? Are we managing them ourselves properly? And, you know, is the work being done in these areas, you know, is their processes being followed? There's a can of worms, you know, that perhaps we're all going to open. But let me tell you, let's not underestimate the value of a view. Forget it, the vista, a value of a view. And I can tell you, with all the development assessment panels that I've sat in over the years, the thing people fight for when they're going to lose it is their view. It sparks such an emotional response to people. You know, the emotional response we're seeing from the people who have sent, you know, these mass emails out is that they're fighting to block views. They're fighting to retain blocking views. This is about balance. It's not about getting the bulldozers out. And I'm glad that you recognise that, Councillor Lipperback. It's not about getting the bulldozers out and clearing our headlands to nothing. How ridiculous, because, you know, obviously we value environment and the wildlife that comes with it. And we're about to, you know, discuss something to do with wildlife in the next item. This is about views and what views mean to people and how views make people feel as well. And again, you can't underestimate sitting and looking out over an ocean, reflecting on certain aspects of one's life. It's food for the soul and for the eyes as well. So again, I'm 100% supporting the motion. Any other discussion? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. Those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards, Intamin. Those against, myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman, Slade. The casting vote is used again and we're back to the motion. Thank you, councillors. Any other discussion? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking against, well, I think it's incredibly disappointing that while we are actually still waiting the outcome of a community consultation process on one of the headlands that is the subject of this notice of motion, and tensions were already running high. This item put on the agenda, I think, has now escalated that. We would all recognise just how many emails we've gotten from both sides of the community, and quite identifiably, it's largely the community on the Camden headland that are affected. I'd personally hoped that a greater level of harmony would be achieved for our community for the holiday season, and I believe that there is a solution available for that particular location via a compromise on both sides, which could have led to an acceptable outcome for all. That instead, I feel like this is very unhelpful at this moment in time to bring this notice of motion, which has clearly escalated tensions. There's been a sustained removal of habitat on the Camden headland in the last number of months, and I just think this is really inflaming things, so I'm not supportive of this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Right of reply? Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the discussion on this one. I did feel the need to pull this one forward. I know we've got some other processes going on, but the escalation of what could only be described as people getting the hacksaw out to some vegetation in certain locations appears to be accelerating. So I think it is becoming a bigger issue for us. If we just put it in the too hard basket, it's not going to get dealt with. So I think bringing this one forward would certainly help get to a resolution a lot quicker. But I just want to remind councillors that the first point, that council requests the CEO give consideration to the inclusion of resources in the draft operational plan and budget, is a due process. We're giving everybody plenty of notice and time to provide feedback on this. That's a process that we follow with everything else. This is a notice of motion that's saying, can we give consideration to doing 1 and 2? That has to go out for public consultation as part of the budget process. So everyone gets another chance to have their feedback. If we don't put these things on the table early enough, they won't be considered in a budget and we have to wait to the next cycle. So what I was trying to achieve also is making sure that we had the appropriate resources at least penciled in somehow and somewhere, that we could deal with this issue that we know full well, and according to the pictures that I've put up, which I took after Monday's meeting to show people exactly what I was talking about, we know there needs to be more work in this area. But if we don't allocate resources to doing that, it'll never get done. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Myself, Councillor Roberts, Maltman and Slade. Those against? Councillor Lipovac, Shepherd, Edwards and Intamin. The casting vote I shall use. Will declare that motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We have item 1318, the notice of motion from Councillor Edwards, the Landbridge Wildlife Crossing. If you'd like to read that. Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
What about that? It's quite long. Oh, actually, no. I'll read the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 1311, notice of motion, Landbridge Wildlife Crossing. The recommendation that Council request the Chief Executive Officer write to the New South Wales Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Penny Sharp MP, to 1, advise that in June 2023, Council wrote to the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, the Honourable Jenny Aitchison MP, to request that urgent funding be provided to commence a concept design for an interchange at Houston Mitchell Drive, Pacific Highway intersection. 2, request the New South Wales Minister to advocate for the New South Wales State Government through the New South Wales Koala Strategy to consider the delivery of 1 or more land bridges, which are forested overpasses, for koalas to move about with greater connectivity and safety in the Port Macquarie Hastings local government area. And 3, request an investigation into the possibility of combining the design and delivery of the Houston Mitchell Drive overpass project together with a land bridge for safe wildlife crossing and habitat connectivity, which may prove to be the most strategic, efficient and cost-effective option to achieve both of these much-needed infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, I'd like to second this, but with a clause 4. Which reads, requests the Chief Executive Officer to include in the correspondence to the New South Wales Minister for Environment, the Honourable Penny Sharp MP, the written presentation by Koala Conservation Australia as delivered to councillors in the public forum and via email on the 11th of December 2023. Will you accept? Thank you. If you'd like to speak to it.
Councillors, yes, just quickly, this is me bringing it back a second time. I take the point that I brought this as an amendment to the last meeting, and that didn't allow sufficient time for perhaps the community or councillors to engage with detail. So I have brought it back, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory. There's quite a bit of support in the comments that everyone could access, and we had the support of the General Manager of the KCA in support. So I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you. I'll briefly speak to it. The Hewson Mitchell Drive overpass at the intersection of Pacific Highways is so desperately needed with a growing southern community down there. We need this infrastructure firstly and foremostly to keep people safe. We've seen 2 fatalities and numerous injuries down there. And, you know, the M1 is fabulous. It was the vision of governments many years ago, and it took 20 plus years to deliver it. But, you know, the ultimate price has been paid by the wildlife that tries to cross 4 lanes of road that cars are going 110, maybe sometimes a little faster than that. You know, so distressing to see the photos of deceased koalas. They are our iconic species. Sadly, I don't know why. It's sad to see anything squished on the side of the road, you know, as far as our wildlife is concerned. But koalas just seem to have this additional pull on our hearts. And I think that, you know, sending the graphics to the Minister and the presentation as made by the very first koala hospital in the world that resides here in the Port Macquarie Hastings region is something that she should have and she should see. And Maria Doherty, CEO, being here and presenting on Monday night, you know, that was great as well. So, yeah, very happy to move it. We do need to ensure that as governments, when they build these infrastructures, that wildlife crossing is considered as well. So thank you for bringing it, Councillor Edwards. Any other discussion? Right of reply? Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. I'll declare that carried. We have a notice of motion 1319, which is by Councillor Slade, the Warhope Stadium amenities upgrade. Councillor Slade.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. That Council requests the Chief Executive Officer give consideration to the inclusion of funding in the draft 2024-2025 operational plan and budget to undertake amenities upgrade at Warhope Stadium.
Thank you. Someone to second? Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
As we heard from Lisa Baker on Monday night, there is a need to do more to fix this space. As it was pointed out, the stadium is heavily booked out with the likes of the Warhope Neighbourhood Centre is based there, the Warhope Netball Club, Port Macquarie Roller Derby, futsal, school sport and carnivals, and basketball is making a comeback, which is great to see. With this, there's a lot of movement in and out of the stadium and crossover of all the different user groups of all different ages. And then to see the facilities and the amenities the way they are, I think it's hard to disagree that they definitely need some attention. Some of the issues were the missing tiles, which become a trip hazard, as Councillor Interman pointed out. The stadium's roof leaks, although granted it is only in heavy rain. But I think the priorities has to be to change the shower curtains to lockable doors so that when people are changing, regardless, people are changing, they can do so privately. While we have been provided with the figure of 100,000, I understand that this may not all be achievable, but there are definitely certain parts that need attention and need to be fixed. And with that, I ask for Council's support.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts, anyone else? Councillor Interman.
Thank you. I'd like to support this, and yes, I've certainly put a budget submission in regarding the roof. But the reason I rise to speak now is to support what Councillor Slade just said about focusing on the key issues. We don't have enough money for everything, but people really do appreciate if they get like a step along the way. And if we take regular steps along the way, then people can see that things are being done. So I'd like us to encourage us to think that way in the budget submissions and when we're looking at what's going to be expended, a little bit for everybody, provided it actually does something. You know, like the lockable doors would be like an excellent step along the way. That we start thinking about that rather than going, oh, let's upgrade the whole stadium, because then many people miss out for a long time after that. Doing part piecemeal can really help us along. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in support of this, and I'm going to say that every notice of motion that has been brought has been things that have been brought up by community for consideration into the operational plan. So by doing this in a forum as formal as a council meeting, actually says to our community, we hear you, we understand these things are important to you, and we're addressing them formally on the floor of council. It also sends a message to you, Madam CEO, and your staff, that these things are important to our community, and there's an expectation here that we deliver the things that our community expects. So I'm very happy to support this, Councillor Slade, and I thank you for bringing it in, and I thank you for all the other notices of motion that have been brought in for those reasons. Any other discussion? Councillor Slade, right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Edwards, yes.
Just a question at the moment, Madam Mayor, through you to Director Watkins, I believe. Just to get an understanding, of course, there's many facilities that have amenities, and there might be a lot on the list for upgrade. Could you let the chamber know where does this one sit in the list of all the amenities upgrades we might need to be doing?
Through you, Madam CEO, there's not a list per se. It's all in accordance with our defined asset management programs. But in this particular one, it has been a very important piece of work or of concern for the community. So it has high usage, this facility, and I think it actually rises above a couple of the other facilities just because of the sheer number of uses.
Okay, right of reply. I'm going to put the motion to the vote then. All those...
Sorry, one more question. Just so I can understand what we might be looking to in the future, I note that the asset groups for which have been thoroughly assessed now, Parks and Recreation is within that. Does that mean that we are moving to a place where we will know the condition assessments of like all the amenities across the LGA, and we will be able to see that kind of detail about who needs attention when and why?
Through you, Madam CEO, that's certainly our objective. It is a large body of work. We do have a huge amount of assets across our local government area, but the intent is that we can actually make decisions based on data. And to do that data, we need to do the initial asset assessments, condition assessments, and then we need to know where to from there. So what is required.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I declare it carried. I see Robin making her way out of the door. Merry Christmas, Robin. Thank you for your service for the last 12 months. She's gone, for those of you who are watching us. For those of you who are watching us, there's a lady who comes in, she's a community member, and she's been doing so for as long as I can remember, and probably as long as you can remember, Councillor Interman, who comes and sits in every council meeting. And she was here again tonight and enjoyed Christmas cake. Take the cake with you, it's yours, Robin. Thank you. Merry Christmas. All right, so we'll move on now to item number 13.20, which is another notice of motion by Councillor Slade, construction of 2 all-weather netball courts. If you'd like to move that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That Council requests the Chief Executive Officer give consideration to the inclusion of funding in the draft 2024-2025 operational plan and budget to undertake construction of minimum of 2 or were the netball courts as noted in the draft Lindrican and Andrews Park Master Plan.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. On Monday night, we heard from the Wauchope Netball Club president discussing the need for the netball courts in Wauchope. Carmen stated that in the current situation, some teams can't train at all, some teams are having to use the car park to set up in, and speaking with the Vice President and understanding that on certain days, like Fridays as an example, there's minimum 4 teams per court training at one time. Along with everything that was mentioned, I would like to highlight the benefits the courts would have to the broader community. It would provide a space for kids and families to play and exercise on weekends or school holidays, family games through netball, handball and the likes, as well as kids learning to ride scooters and push bikes. More opportunity for the students at St Joseph's Primary who use the space minimum twice a day to play certain games and activities on the courts. And importantly, it would free up the basketball stadium, which, as pointed out, is heavily booked out, and allow more availability for other clubs and sporting codes, the main one being basketball, which is definitely making a comeback, just to be able to utilise that space. You only have to look at the 2 courts that were constructed in Laurelton several years ago to see the benefits that this has given to the whole community and the amount of activity that's constantly happening in that space. The benefits are evident to the netball club and the wider community, and with that, I ask for council support with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, through you. This is going out for exhibition. My question is, do we expect the feedback from this exhibition on the draft Langry and Andrews Park Master Plan to come back to council meetings, to a council meeting next year within a time frame that would allow this NOM for considering inclusion in the draft 24-25 OP? So I guess what month will we expect the feedback?
Through you, Madam CEO, it's likely to be the end of in February. But noting that council has already applied for grant funding for 2 courts, so I think there is a very strong support from the community through the engagement in developing the master plan in particular for these particular courts. So I think regardless, I think the engagement responses that we'll get will actually support the position.
Councillor Shepherd.
Yes, look, speaking for both of these last 2 notice of motions, I would prefer that there's information provided in the first instance to be able to look into, but both of these I feel happy and comfortable to support based on my existing familiarity with both of those scenarios, and also based on an understanding that they very likely for consideration in the OP to some extent anyway for next year. So I appreciate the work that Councillor Slade has done, being up to date with this, with the community, and get comfortable to support these.
Thank you. I'd just like to, sorry, Councillor Lipovac, you had your light on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, through you to Director Watkins, just in relation to the courts, you mentioned grant funding, and according to information that we received earlier this week, we're looking at a cost around $350,000. Would the grants cover the entire cost? And 2 questions maybe. Will the grants cover the entire cost, and should the grants not be successful, will it come back to council to then consider where that money's going to come from?
Through you, Madam CEO, the grant funding has applied for the 350, so the total amount for the cost of the courts, that's what we've applied for. If we're successful in the grant funding, we're hoping to hear something before the budget is actually finally adopted. So at this stage, we would just be considering it, and council could still remove it from the budget if it decides to proceed, and replace it with something else if it wanted to.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Slade. I know that this has been something that you've been very focused on, and you're very heavily involved in the Wauchope community, not just as a businessman, but since you've come onto council as an elected councillor. So this should be really heartening for the sporting community over at Wauchope to know that, you know, you followed this right through to the end, and we're at the pointy end now where consideration in the OP is a possibility, and of course we're hopeful that we'll be successful in our grant funding, and it's something that we can see delivered to the people of Wauchope. Much needed sporting infrastructure. We know how much our community loves their sports, and it's no different over in the township of Wauchope. So congratulations to you, Councillor Slade. Do you want a right of reply or put the motion to the vote? I will do that. All those in favour? I see none against. I'll declare that carried. I'll now have someone move and second that items 1401 and 1402 listed on the agenda be considered in the confidential session of council. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Shepherd. All those in favour? I see none against. I'll declare that carried, and someone to move and second that council meeting be closed to the public for the consideration. Moved by Councillor Lipovac, seconded by Councillor Roberts. All those in favour? Councillor Lipovac, thank you. I'll declare that carried as well. There's no members of the public to ask to leave because Robin was the last one out. Those of you who may be watching online, thank you for sticking with us. It's been a very big, long meeting today. We will come back to you via live stream, and you can hear the outcomes of the meeting through our Manager for Group Governance, Michael Ferguson. So we'll be gone for a short moment. Bruh.
Do 2 jobs worth, Michael.
Okay, for those of you who have stayed the course, thank you so much for being interested in the meeting of council, this being the last one for December 2023. We have now come out of confidential, and I will now ask that the Group Manager for Governance, Mr Michael Ferguson, read the meeting outcomes of the item in the closed session of the council meeting, items 1401 and 1402, including the resolution and the voting outcomes. So if you would like to do that, Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to item 14.01, statutory and other officers' remuneration, executive office holders and senior executives determination 2023, Council resolved 1, that Council note the local government state award increase received by Council staff other than the Chief Executive Officer and senior staff was 4.5% as at 1 July 2023 and will be 3.5% as at 1 July 2024. 2, approve an annual 4.5% increase in the Chief Executive Officer's total remuneration package on each anniversary date in February, effective February 2024, until a new statutory and other officers' remuneration, executive office holders and senior executives regulation 2023 sort determination is made. 3, note that the Chief Executive Officer will approve under delegation an annual increase of 4.5% for each director's total remuneration package effective on each anniversary date until a new statutory and other officers' remuneration, executive office holders and senior executives regulation 2023 sort determination is made. In terms of the voting, Councillors Maltman, Mayor Pinson, Councillor Roberts and Councillor Slade voted for. Councillors Edwards, Councillor Interman, Councillor Lipovac and Councillor Shepherd voted against. The casting vote was used and the motion was carried. Regarding item 14.02, T2040, support and host a content management system for Council's website, Council resolved that Council, 1, under the extenuating circumstances provision of section 55(3)(I) of the Local Government Act 1993, not invite tenders as a satisfactory outcome would not be achieved for the reasons of limited availability of competitive or reliable tenderers of Council's content management system, including MyCity, intranet and open forms. 2, that Council accept the renewal of Granicus Australia Proprietary Limited Content Management System, MyCity, intranet and open forms for a further year at the annual cost of $182,900 $1,043.26, excluding GST, commencing 1 January 2024, expiring 31 December 2024, with the option for a further 12-month renewal at Council's discretion. 3, note that Council intends to commence an investigation into alternate content management systems, intranet and form system in mid-2024. 5, maintain the confidentiality of the consideration in respect of the content management system procurement matter outlined in this report. That item was carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, thank you, Group Manager Michael Ferguson. That now concludes the business of the agenda today and the last meeting for Council, December 2023. On behalf of the elected body, we wish all our community members a very happy and restful Christmas. Please stay safe. If you're travelling, take care. And if you're staying, enjoy the beautiful region we call home. Merry Christmas also to all the councillors. Thank you. The meeting is now closed at 10 minutes past 8.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.